In the shadows of Olympus, where divine musings intertwine with human ambition, a sinister truth simmers. Whispers cling to the air like smoke, coiling around the iron essence of the god who molds metals with more than just his hands. Hephaestus, smith of the gods, was not born of divine lineage but was cast from the heights of Olympus like a malfunctioning tool. A cosmic accident, a brutal joke on a canvas of chaos. Did the fates conspire to create a titan out of a twisted metal heart? Or was his very existence a cosmic calamity, an experiment gone awry? Under the incandescent glow of molten lava and crumbling stone, the forge of Hephaestus ignites a primal allure. Each clang of metal against metal echoes with the weight of secrets, resonating through the annals of time. His workshop? A labyrinth of divine misfits and ferocious dreams. Here, fire dances with shadows, crafting weapons with the precision of a surgeon, yet the madness of a poet scorned. Who would dare approach the anvil, the birthplace of nightmares and dreams alike? Picture this, Olympus, draped in golden opulence, where gods lounge like aristocrats while down below, Hephaestus, the outcast, wrestles with the weight of creation. He crafts armor that gleams like the sun but carries the burden of betrayal. A helmet for Ars that whispers of blood, a chariot for Apollo that thunders with fury. Each creation born from the ash of rejection and the flames of vengeance. The irony? The gods adored their weapons but loathed the one who forged them. Does irony taste like molten metal, or does it burn like the fire that shaped it? His tale spins from the depths of ancient grudges and celestial politics. Imagine the laughter of Hera, echoing like thunder in a storm, her disdain for the imperfect child. The undercurrent of dark humor weaves through his trials. Would you chuckle if the divine ruler of the cosmos kicked you into the abyss? You'd either laugh or cry. Hephaestus chose laughter, a wicked chuckle that ripples through the fabric of myth. But what fuels the flame of revenge? What drives a god to craft wonders while shackled by disdain? Betrayal by his own blood, perhaps? Or a desperate need to forge an identity in the fires of scorn? Hephaestus transforms pain into art, turning agony into weapons of both creation and destruction. In a world where gods walk like titans and mortals live in their shadows, the stakes elevate. Forge or be forged? Will Hephaestus remain the eternal smith, or will he rise, reshaping the very laws of creation? Questions swarm like molten sparks, demanding answers, demanding attention. Who whispers his name in the dark? What remains hidden in the glowing embers of his past? The forge burns bright, but its secrets, they simmer in the darkness, waiting for the brave or foolish to reach out, ignite the flame, and face the inferno. Are you ready to risk it all? The air was thick, a treacherous blanket of humidity that clung to the skin like an unwelcome ghost. Shadows danced along the cobblestone streets, stretching long and distorted as the sun began its slow descent behind the ancient city of Acre, a place where secrets whispered through the cracks of every stone. I could hear them, those whispered words, floating on the wind like the faint echoes of laughter from days long past. But tonight, even laughter felt like a cry for help. I remember the moment when the earth trembled violently beneath my feet, a primal growl from the depths of the universe, a warning bell that rang deafeningly in my chest. A vibration that rattled the bones, summoned the gods from their slumber, a celestial uprising against the very mortals who once worshipped them. The air crackled with anticipation, thickening with the scent of something primal, like rain-soaked earth and burnt offerings. And in the heart of it all, there was her, Iliana, a priestess of the forgotten gods. With every step she took, her once regal silhouette felt weighted down by the enormity of her role, a protector of lost dreams now teetering on the brink of despair. Her dark hair spilled like ink over her shoulders, framing a face marred by uncertainty and veiled in shadows. Iliana had always been the beacon, the light that lured lost souls from the abyss, but now, she was just a flicker, a candle in a storm, battling against the winds of fate that threatened to snuff her out. I remember the prayers she whispered, her voice cracking like the dry earth beneath her feet. I remember the way they used to pour from my lips, like honey, sweet and abiding. She looked up at the crumbling temple, its walls adorned with the remnants of a once vibrant mural, gods dancing in ecstasy, now faded to mere whispers of color. But will they listen now? Will they drown out the chaos? Her heart raced, each beat echoing in the hollow chamber of her chest, a metronome to the symphony of dread unraveling around her. She was not alone. Beside her stood Kairos, a warrior adorned with scars, each one telling a story of battles fought and lost, a man whose essence was etched in the very fabric of the earth. His hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from an anger that simmered just beneath the surface. "I remember the stories my father told me," he said, voice taut like a bowstring drawn to its limit. "The tales of Valor, of gods who walked among us. But they're fading, Eliana. They're slipping through our fingers like sand." His eyes burned with intensity, flaring with a fierce desperation. "What happens when they're gone? When we're nothing but dust and echoes?" The ground shook again, fierce tremors that rattled the stones and sent a shiver down my spine. "The gods are angry," Eliana murmured, more to herself than to him, her brow furrowed in deep thought. "We've turned our backs on them, and now they rise like angry phantoms, seeking revenge." Even as she spoke, shadows loomed larger around the temple, twisting into grotesque figures that seemed to mock their plight. It was as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling at the edges, and the void hungered for the warmth of their souls. "I can't stand by and let this happen," Kairos declared, fists clenched, heart racing with fierce determination. "There must be a way to appease them. To remind them we are still here, still worthy." But in his eyes simmered something darker, a fear of the unknown, a dread that the gods might not care anymore. "Worthy?" Eliana spat, her voice rising in fervor, the words sharp as daggers. "We've betrayed them with our apathy, Kairos. The cities burn, the skies weep, and she choked on a sob, the weight of their collective guilt crashing over her? We are just as guilty as they who worshipped the false idols." In that moment, the air crackled with the intensity of their emotions, swirling like a storm poised to unleash its fury. Time felt suspended, as if the cosmos itself held its breath, waiting for the next move in this celestial chess game. Suddenly, a scream pierced the tension, a distant, chilling cry that echoed through the night, sending shivers cascading down their spines. It was a sound rooted in primal fear, a warning from the dark corners of the earth. A sign. The gods were here. I remember, Eliana's voice trembled, almost breaking. I remember a time when we danced for them, sacrificed our joys to fill their coffers with our hopes. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool stone of the temple, feeling its pulse, as though it were alive, as though it could hear a lament. What have we done to deserve this? And there it was, the heart of the crisis, an unspoken truth wrapped in layers of despair. Their humanity hung precariously in the balance, teetering on the edge of oblivion. Each choice bore the weight of the world, and the tension in the air grew thick enough to choke on. Kairos stepped closer, his eyes boring into hers, a silent promise flickering between them, igniting a flame of determination. "We'll remind them," he whispered fiercely. "We'll show them we're still here." But as the shadows deepened, as the cries of the Forsaken grew louder, a chilling thought gripped them both. What if the gods had chosen to forget? What if they were the ghosts of their own making, doomed to wander this earth, forever searching for a place that had long since been abandoned? The moment hung heavy, a breath away from unraveling, every heartbeat synced with the ancient pulse of the world around them. And just as they stood, poised at the precipice of action, the ground beneath them erupted in fury, as if the gods themselves were throwing down a challenge, daring them to rise against the inevitability of their fate. I remember the darkness creeping in, the palpable tension thickening like smoke and ash. I remember the weight of their fears, their hopes, their dreams, clashing against the walls of an ancient world that teetered on the brink of chaos. And as their resolve began to crystallize, so too did the shadows that enveloped them, a storm gathering strength, a reckoning that demanded to be faced. In the growing night, the gods were watching, waiting, whispering secrets only they could understand. And as Eliana and Kairos braced for the battle ahead, they were unaware that the true war was not against the gods, but within themselves, where the past and the present collided in a tumultuous clash of longing and despair. A thunderclap rips through the inky blackness of the night, shattering the eerie silence that clings to the air like a wet shroud. Rain pours down in sheets, a torrent that washes the world into a blur of shadow and chaos. It's in this maelstrom, amidst the crackling of lightning and the distant wail of a storm-tossed sea, that a cry pierces the night, a newborn's wail, raw and primal, echoing across the jagged cliffs of Olympus. Here, the gods dwell in their resplendent halls, but tonight, there is only chaos, fear, and the heart-wrenching sound of a mother's anguish. Hera, queen of the gods, stands at the precipice of despair, her heart a battlefield. She holds her child close, a fragile bundle wrapped in swaddling cloth, but already she senses the weight upon his brow, the mark of a curse, the shadow of rejection. The whispers of Olympus swirl around her like vultures, cruel and hungry. He shall be cast away, they say. A monster, unwanted. But Hera is fierce, her love an unyielding shield, even as doubt gnaws at her insides. She remembers her own mother's scorn, her father's indifference, and the heavy burden of a crown that seems to weigh 1,000 lifetimes. And then there's Hephaestus, the newborn, the cursed, the child of fire and forge, born into a world that barely has room for him. His cries vibrate through the air, each note a declaration of his existence, of his right to be here. Yet, even in his first moments, he feels the tremors of rejection. The pain of being unwanted seeps into his tiny bones, a deep ache that will follow him through time. He isn't perfect, and the world doesn't want him to be. He senses the disappointment in his mother's eyes, the way she falters when she looks at him, and it cuts deeper than a blade. The storm rages on, a reflection of the tempest in Hera's heart. She holds him closer, heart hammering against her ribs, and whispers promises only the gods can hear. I will love you, she vows, even as the world turns its back. But the shadows whisper back, weaving a tapestry of loneliness around her child. In the corners of her mind, the darker truths loom. She can feel them creeping in like a poison, each breath laced with doubt. But what is a mother's heart, if not a forge? She remembers tales of old, of gods and men, of fire that tempers steel, of beauty found in the ashes. She will raise him to be more than his flaws, more than the scorn that will follow him. You will be my light, she murmurs, though fear gnaws at her resolve. The tempest around them howls, but within her chest, a fire ignites. Yet darkness does not yield easily. In the shadows of Olympus, the other gods gather, their laughter a cruel wind. What will you do with such a child? They taunt, their voices sharp as daggers. Will he forge you a crown of thorns? Each sneer is a whisper of an omen, a hint of the trials to come. And then there is Zeus, the king, looming larger than life, eyes like storm clouds. His brow furrows, not with anger but with a complex blend of disappointment and something almost resembling pity. There's a storm inside him, too, a raging conflict. He remembers his own childhood, the weight of expectation, the chains of destiny. But Hera's defiance unnerves him, ignites a flicker of something he can't quite place. Could it be hope? Or is it just the fear of what might happen if he turns away from this child of fire and forge? Hera stands firm, her love a beacon, a lighthouse against the crashing waves of despair. He is mine, she declares, voice slicing through the tempest. He will learn from me, and he will rise. But the laughter of the gods cuts through the night once more, a cacophony of disbelief. They are gods, after all, and they thrive on perfection, on the ideals they carve in marble. They cannot see the strength that resides in imperfection, the raw beauty of a heart that beats in defiance of the odds. And yet, the birth of Hephaestus is only the beginning of a tale that weaves through the fabric of time. As he grows, the shadows will linger, and the laughter will morph into something darker. His hands, though small now, will one day shape wonders from the very fires of the earth. But tonight, he is just a child, nestled in the arms of a mother who fights the world for him, battling not only the storm outside but the one that brews in the hearts of those who should cherish him. As the storm rages on, lightning splits the sky, illuminating the truth that will shape their lives. Love is a forge, and heartbreak is the anvil upon which resilience is hammered. Hera's heart beats in rhythm with the tempest, each thundering pulse both a lament and a battle cry. The world may not welcome Hephaestus, but within her, he is a spark, a flame that refuses to be extinguished, a promise that echoes through the ages. The night darkens, the winds howl, but in that moment, there is a flicker of something that could be beautiful. The storm may tear at their souls, but perhaps, just perhaps, it will also sculpt them into something extraordinary. A hero born from ashes, a god forged in fire, a spirit unyielding, even in a world that seeks to cast him aside. And as the echoes of laughter fade into the distance, a new sound begins to rise, a soft, steady sound that whispers of hope. A heartbeat, a mother's love, a child's cry. The narrative flickers, pulses, and breathes, melding into the fabric of fate, weaving a story that refuses to end, that dares to challenge the very nature of existence. The birth of Hephaestus is not merely a tale, it is the promise of a legacy yet to unfold, of shadows that mingle with light, of a world forever changed. The air crackled with tension, an electric pulse that vibrated through the ground beneath their feet. Flames danced, casting flickering shadows that twisted and writhed like tortured souls. In the heart of the village, Marin felt her heart race, a wild drumbeat echoing her fear. The fire was alive, consuming, relentless, its heat kissed her skin, both a promise and a threat. Around her, villagers murmured prayers, their voices quivering like dry leaves. They were a chorus of desperation, eyes wide, staring into the abyss of the flames as if seeking answers, or perhaps escape. "I can't let it take him," Marin whispered, her voice barely audible over the crackling inferno that devoured the night. She felt a surge of adrenaline, a desperate urge to leap forward, to snatch her brother from the maw of the blaze. No one noticed her. Their attention was riveted to the flames, to the flickering shapes of their ancestors, to the stories they were told, woven into the very fabric of fire itself. Eldrick stood nearby, his brow furrowed, a dark cloud hanging over his heart. He had fought so hard to protect his family, but tonight the fire held other plans, whispering treachery in its golden tongues. It flickered in the eyes of his neighbors, a taunting reminder that they were powerless before this ancient force. Eldrick clenched his fists, feeling the weight of tradition pulling him back, the echoes of rituals passed down through generations clawing at his resolve. Fire was their god, their curse, and he was its unwilling priest. Everything has a purpose, even this, Eldrick muttered to himself. But he wasn't so sure anymore. He remembered the tales of the ancients, how fire birthed civilization, how it brought warmth and comfort. Yet here it was, a beast that could just as easily swallow them whole. Marin's breath hitched. She was not just fighting for her brother, she was fighting against the very essence of life that had been worshipped and feared for ages. The flames flickered, teasing the edges of her memories, her mother's laughter as she warmed her hands by the hearth, the way her father would tell stories of heroes who conquered the flames, who danced with them, tamed them. But now, the fire in front of her was a monster, relentless and unforgiving. "Please, not him," she cried, her voice cracking, raw with desperation. "He's all I have left." Her heart raced, a wild thing trapped in a cage, echoing against the iron bars of fear and helplessness. The flames reached higher, licking at the sky, and for a moment, she thought she saw her brother among them, his spirit dancing, laughing, caught in some otherworldly embrace. The villagers huddled close, murmuring incantations, their faces illuminated by the growing blaze. Eldrick turned, searching for the wild spark in Marin's eyes, the fierce determination that had always captivated him. He knew the stories too, the flames were custodians of sacred knowledge, purifiers. But tonight, they felt like harbingers of doom, and he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being judged. "The fire won't spare anyone," he warned, stepping closer. His fingers brushed against Marin's arm, grounding her in a reality that was slipping away. "We must offer it something, appease it." "And what?" "Sacrifice." Marin shot back, her breath quickening, her mind a whirlwind of memories bound in flames. "Is that what we've come to?" "We must." Eldrick's voice rose, raw with emotion. "You know the legends. They say fire demands tribute, even the blood of the innocent." The words hung between them, heavy as iron shackles. Marin recoiled, the truth of his statement cutting deeper than any blade. "I won't let it take him," she shouted, but the flames crackled back, laughing at her feeble rebellion. The smoke curled around her, a ghostly embrace that carried the scent of charred dreams and lost hopes. In the chaos of flickering light, the shadows twisted, revealing glimpses of the past. Eldrick's mind raced, piecing together memories, his father's stern gaze, the lessons instilled in him as a child. Fire was revered, a sacred element that birthed and destroyed, a paradox wrapped in flames. He remembered standing as a boy, watching as they sacrificed a goat, the blood pooling around the sacred stones. The villagers had danced, chanting praises to the fire that blessed them with warmth, yet demanded chaos, too, life and death intertwined in a flicker of light. Do you remember the old tales, Marin? Eldrick pressed, desperation edging his voice. How the fire teaches. How it draws strength from sacrifice. If we offer something, anything, it may spare him. What? My heart? My soul. Her words were sharp, arrows flying through the night. What will appease a monster? It demands pain. The air thickened with emotion, the heat wrapping around them like a sinister shroud. Around them, the villagers embraced the flames, eyes glistening, entranced. Each flicker ignited their memories, loves lost, hopes dashed, and the echo of laughter now mingled with the scent of smoke. They were part of the fire's narrative, a grand story that twisted through time like the very flames that flickered before them. Fire devours and nurtures, Eldrick murmured, his gaze fixed on the inferno. It is a mirror to our existence. What we fear is what we've always craved. Can you feel it, Marin? The pull of the flames. Marin hesitated, the fire's chaotic dance pulling at her heartstrings. She felt the heat wrap around her, a lover's embrace, seductive and dangerous. But she couldn't succumb, not now, not when everything was at stake. I won't sacrifice him, she breathed, her voice a fierce whisper that sent chills through the growing night. But the flames roared, hungry and insatiable, echoing the unspoken fears and desires of everyone gathered. They were silhouettes against the backdrop of hell, each person wrestling with their own dark truths as the fire raged on, a primal force that demanded to be understood, yet remained forever elusive. The night stretched on, the air thick with anticipation and dread, the flames carving shadows on the faces of the villagers. They were lost in their devotion, their fear, their hope. And as Marin and Eldrick stood at the precipice of that chaos, they could feel the heartbeat of the fire syncing with their own, a wild, reckless rhythm that promised to consume them all. It was a moment of reckoning, a fusion of despair and determination, echoing through the ages like a scream that refused to fade. And as the fire swirled and crackled, Marin and Eldrick both understood that this was not merely a fight for survival, it was the very essence of humanity, laid bare before the consuming flames, waiting to be claimed. The fire would not relent, and neither would they. The dance between them had only just begun, and in that moment, they were bound to its fate, threading the needle of their lives into the tapestry of fire, forever entwined, forever unyielding. The sound of pounding metal rings in the air like a heartbeat, urgent and unrelenting. Sparks fly, each one a tiny star birthed from the glow of the forge, illuminating the darkness that cloaks everything else. I stand there, breathless, as the heat envelops me, a blanket of feral warmth that almost feels like a warning. The air thrums with tension, thick like the smoke that curls upward, twisting and weaving into something almost sentient. My heart races, not from fear, but from something deeper, something more primal. In the corner, Lena grips the hammer tightly, knuckles white, a fierce determination etched across her face. The forge is her sanctuary, but today it feels like a battlefield. She swings the hammer down, and each strike sends ripples through her very being. Sweat drips from her brow, mingling with the soot that clings to her skin. This isn't just metal, she mutters, her voice a low growl, it's everything I am. It's everything I've lost. With every clang, she channels her grief, her fury, transforming them into molten creation. But with each blow, I see the cracks in her armor, the vulnerability that threatens to spill out like the molten metal she works with. Across the forge, Jonah watches, a tempest of emotion swirling in his chest. He's twice the man in stature but feels like a ghost in this place, haunted by memories and the weight of expectations. He shifts from foot to foot, torn between wanting to grab Lena and pull her away from the flames and the magnetic pull of the forge, the raw energy that screams creativity and destruction in equal measure. Lena, you're pushing too hard, he says, though his voice barely rises above the crackle of the fire. You don't have to carry this alone. But she doesn't look up, she's lost in her rhythm, each strike reverberating in the pit of my stomach. What do you know about carrying anything? She snaps, the fire in her eyes igniting a spark of anger in Jonah. You think standing there makes you some kind of expert? The words hang thick in the air, heavy like the iron she shapes. Jonah flinches, the hit landing harder than any physical blow. He knows his own weaknesses, the ways he's let her down, and in this moment, he can feel her hurt like a blade against his skin. "I know more than you think," he whispers, but the confidence is gone, replaced by a gnawing doubt. Time stretches, the sounds of the forge echoing in a cacophony of emotion, love, anger, longing, and despair. I remember other nights in this place, a different kind of heat, laughter mingling with the smoke instead of silence. I remember the way Lena's laughter would dance like firelight, flickering and bright. Now, it feels like a ghost, haunting the corners of her craft, lost somewhere in the shadows. "Do you even remember how to dream?" Lena's voice cuts through the haze, sharp and unyielding. It's a question that hangs heavy in the air, like the iron she bends. Her breath is shallow, and I can see the tremor in her hands as she lifts the glowing metal from the forge, her creation still unfinished, a reflection of her fractured spirit. Jonah steps closer, urgency in his voice. "We can take a break. Just a moment to breathe." But the rage in her eyes is fierce, a storm that has yet to break. "Breathe? Is that what you think I need? To step away from the only thing keeping me tethered to hope?" There's a flicker of something in him, a reminder of why he's here, why he can't walk away. "Lena, this isn't just about the forge," he says, searching for the right words. "It's about us. You can't keep forging ahead without acknowledging what's behind you." And in that moment, the weight of her past crashes down like a hammer against an anvil, reverberating through the very core of her being. She pauses, the metal burning in her hands, thoughts racing faster than the flames. "I don't have time for sentimentality," she snaps, though the heat in her voice is faltering, flickering like the dying embers of her hope. In that raw silence, I see it, the moment when everything shifts. The forge is more than a place of creation, it has become a crucible of their emotions, a melting pot where dreams and nightmares collide. The air grows thick with unspoken words, and I feel the pulse of their connection, a tether that both binds and frays. Jonah takes a step closer, the heat from the forge illuminating the shadows on his face. "What if we faced it together?" His voice cracks like the flames beneath them, each word a fragile thread pulling them toward something new. "What if we stop pretending we're not scared? What if we allow the forge to shape us, not just our creations?" Lena's breath hitches, and for a heartbeat, I wonder if this is it, the moment of revelation, the spark that will ignite an inferno of understanding. But then the weight of her fears crashes down, and she shakes her head, tears glistening like molten metal in her eyes. "I can't, Jonah. I can't let the heat consume me. I need to forge my own path." The truth cuts deeper than any blade she's ever shaped. Each word is a hammer striking home, and I feel it reverberate in my bones. The forge, once a symbol of creativity, now feels like a prison, a place where the essence of who they are is both born and burned away. They stand there, caught in the tempest of their emotions, the forge roaring behind them, a constant reminder of what they're fighting for and against. And I feel it too, the pull of creativity, the weight of despair, the flicker of hope that dances in the heart of this fiery crucible. As the flames crackle and the sparks fly, there's a promise lingering in the air, a whisper of what could be if only they dared to face the heat together. But for now, the forge continues its relentless song, a symphony of creation and destruction, echoing through the silence of their conflict, and I'm left suspended in this moment, breathless and yearning for more. A hammer strikes an anvil, the sound reverberating like a heartbeat in a cathedral of fire and shadows. I remember the heat, the molten metal swirling like a dream, each droplet a whispered promise, a flicker of hope in a world shadowed by betrayal. In those moments, I could taste the iron, thick and metallic, a stark reminder of my reality. Hephaestus stands there, a titan of creation, muscles taut with fury and passion, his face illuminated by the searing glow. And yet, beneath the surface of his artistry lies a current of despair, a man shaped by rejection, sculpted in loneliness. His workshop is a labyrinth of wonders and horrors, where every tool tells a story, every flame dances with purpose, yet there's a chill in the air, an unshakable tension. The walls breathe with the weight of his failures. I remember the time I found him hunched over, eyes glazed, the flickering light casting shadows that seemed to whisper memories of his mother, Hera. "She cast me away," he murmured, his voice a hoarse whisper, each word laced with venom and sorrow. "I was too ugly, too flawed." The words crashed against me like waves, the rawness of his pain striking at the very core of my being. The gods had banished him, cast him from Olympus like refuse. How bitter the irony that the master of craftsmanship was deemed unworthy. And then there's Aphrodite, radiant as a sunrise yet shrouded in the fog of desire and deceit. I remember the way she moved, a sultry melody weaving through the air, captivating everyone, even the sun. But there's a fracture in her facade, a chasm she cannot escape. She was promised to Hephaestus, an arrangement twisted by the hands of fate. In the flickering candlelight, I see the conflict etched in her expression, a yearning for love battling the chains of obligation. "He can create everything," she said to me once, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. "But can he create what's in my heart?" Her words hung in the air, heavy with longing, a question that pierced deeper than any blade. Every heartbeat in the forge echoed with tension, the clang of metal mingling with the whispers of betrayal, the sweet aroma of creation overshadowed by the scent of shattered dreams. I remember the day she met Ars, the god of war, a tempest of chaos wrapped in dazzling armor. Their affair sparked like wildfire, consuming everything in its path, leaving Hephaestus in the ashes of his own making. As I stood in the shadows, I could feel the fury radiating from him, a storm brewing beneath the surface. "Love is a cruel smith," he spat, anger dripping from his words, molten like the metal he shaped. The flames danced higher, licking at the edges of his emotions, and I could see the raw power of his sorrow transforming into a blinding rage. The night thickened with tension, a palpable fog of fear and anticipation. I remember the moment the confrontation came. The forge blazed with an otherworldly light, illuminating Hephaestus in his unforgiving glory. He stood at the threshold, chiseled by pain and anger, crafting a trap that would ensnare the heart of his betrayer. "I will not be a fool," he swore, the words like a vow etched into the very fabric of existence. The air crackled with energy, charged with the weight of impending judgment. Aphrodite entered the forge, her beauty a stark contrast to the molten chaos surrounding them. "Hephaestus, please," she began, but the words faltered. She saw the darkness in his eyes, the depth of his despair morphing into something dangerous. I remember the way her breath hitched, fear mingling with guilt, a powerful cocktail of emotion swirling around them like the flames licking the forge walls. "You can't hold me captive in your creation, love," she pleaded, her voice trembling, but it was too late, the forge was alive with his fury. The clash of emotions erupted like thunder, the weight of their unspoken words filling the space between them. "You chose a war god over a craftsman," Hephaestus roared, the heat of his voice igniting the air. "You chose betrayal over loyalty." Each syllable was a hammer blow, shaping the fragile clay of his heart into something jagged and sharp, ready to pierce through the veil of deceit. I could feel the room vibrate with the intensity of their conflict, a storm of passion and pain swirling around them, the very cosmos holding its breath. And then it happened, a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat echoing in the silence that followed. The flames flickered, shadows danced, and for an instant, I saw the truth reflected in their eyes. Hephaestus, forged in agony, and Aphrodite, a goddess draped in golden chains, both trapped in a cycle of love and betrayal that felt as ancient as the stars. Their emotions clashed like titans, the air thick with unspoken words, an echo of longing and loss. In that moment, I understood that love is not just a shield but can also be a weapon, a blade that cuts deep. As the forge blazed around them, I remembered the stories whispered in the shadows, tales of gods and mortals, of love and war, of unending cycles of creation and destruction. Time twisted, and I was drawn deeper into the chaos, the heart of their conflict pulsing like a drum. Suddenly, the air shifted, and I could almost taste the bittersweet essence of fate. The tension was unbearable, a taut string ready to snap, and the world outside seemed to fade away, leaving only the throbbing pulse of their confrontation. I remember the feeling of inevitability, the sense that nothing would ever be the same again. And just as quickly as the storm had gathered, it began to fade, the echoes of their conflict lingering in the air like smoke from the forge. I felt the weight of their choices pressing down on me, the realization that love is a fractured mirror, its beauty only revealed through the shards of pain. In that moment, I understood that Hephaestus's fire was not just for forging metal but for forging souls, for igniting the heart in the face of despair. The forge dimmed, shadows creeping in once more, but the battle was far from over. Time continued its relentless march, an unyielding clock ticking away the seconds of their entangled fates. And I, an unseen observer caught in the web of their lives, wondered how long the embers would continue to glow, how many more hearts would be forged and broken, how many more stories would rise from the ashes. The night wore on, heavy with unspoken truths, and the world outside the forge continued its dance, oblivious to the fire that burned just beyond the veil. Lightning crackled, its jagged fingers raking the sky, illuminating the room for a heartbeat before darkness enveloped all once more. I could feel the tremors of the earth beneath me, like the pulsing heart of a titan awakening from an eon-long slumber. Panic clung to me, thick and suffocating, as I stood in the flickering shadows of Olympus. My brother, my older brother, the one who had once looked out for me, was a ghost of rage and revenge, eyes glinting with a malevolence that belonged to the heavens and the hells alike. I remember the stories, I whispered, voice trembling, as if speaking too loudly might summon the very furies that haunted my lineage. The gods we once idolized, their bloodlines tied in knots of betrayal and ambition. I felt the weight of ages pressing down on my chest, every heartbeat echoing with ancestral cries for power and retribution. The air was electric, thick with foreboding. Apollo stood before me, a fallen star with his golden hair now shrouded in shadows. He was once the light, the music of the spheres, but here he was, a shattered mirror reflecting the darkness of his own heart. "You don't understand, little brother," he said, his voice low and dangerous, each word dripping with the venom of despair. "You think lineage is a blessing, but it's a curse. Our father's ambitions have turned us into monsters. I can't fight that anymore." "Fight what?" I spat back, the fire in my veins igniting. "The blood that calls to you like a siren? The power that courses through your veins like poison." I took a step forward, breathing in the desperation that clung to the walls, the echoes of ancient gods whispering their sins into the fray. "You think you've lost everything, but what about me? What about us?" There was a moment, a heartbeat suspended in time, where the air crackled like dry leaves in a windstorm, and I could see the flicker of doubt in his gaze. I wanted to reach out, to bridge the chasm that had opened between us, but the weight of our parents' choices hung heavy. Our lineage was not merely a chain of DNA, it was a tangled web of betrayal, love, and a longing for approval that felt as endless as the night sky. I remembered the stories our mother wove into the fabric of our lives, tales of gods and mortals entwined in battles larger than themselves. But those tales had a way of crafting illusions, shimmering visions that blinded us to the truth. I wanted to shake off the shards of that legacy, of the expectations that seemed to throb with each pulse of my heart. "We are not them, Apollo. We don't have to be," I pleaded, but my voice was swallowed by the tempest brewing above. The storm raged outside, a cacophony of chaos that mirrored our unraveling bond. "I remember when we were children, running wild beneath the sun, believing ourselves invincible," he said, his voice cracking, the weight of nostalgia heavy in his tone. "Those days are gone. We were never invincible." I felt the truth of his words, a sharp stab in the heart. I wanted to shake him, to wake him from this nightmare of despair, but as I watched his face, the shimmering reflection of the once proud god now twisted in anguish, I knew it was not that simple. "What if we could change it?" I whispered, desperation clawing at my throat. "What if we could rewrite our story?" The flickering light burst into a blaze, illuminating the room in a stark, white glow, and for a moment, it felt like the cosmos froze. But as quickly as it came, the light faded, leaving us in a dim haze, a world suspended between hope and despair. As if summoned by the storm, our sister, Artemis, stepped into the fray, her presence a haunting specter of strength and sorrow. "What do you think you're doing?" Her voice cut through the gloom, sharp as a dagger. "You two are fools, trapped in a game you cannot win." Her words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of inevitability. I turned to her, searching her face for the resolve I once knew so well. "Artemis, we can reclaim our lineage, redefine it. It doesn't have to be this way." She laughed, a sound twisted with bitterness. "You think lineage can be rewritten? This blood binds us to our parents' fates, to their mistakes. You're chasing shadows, dreams that don't exist. We can change it." I felt the raw energy bubble within me, an urge to scream, to unleash everything that had been building up. We owe it to ourselves to fight, to rise above this legacy. We are not just the children of gods, we are more than their sins. But even as I spoke, doubt crept into my heart, gnawing at the edges of my conviction. Maybe shadows were all we had ever been. Maybe the gods didn't care about forgiveness or redemption. Maybe we were simply pawns in a game that would never end. The thunder roared again, and I felt the tremors in my bones, a reminder that our time was running out. With the storm raging outside, I turned towards my brother and sister, the remnants of our childhood swirling like dust in the wind. "What will we do?" I asked, the question echoing in the hollow space between us, a fragile thread that might either bind us together or tear us apart. And in that moment of spine-chilling uncertainty, I understood, every heartbeat, every breath, every choice we made would echo through eternity. We were bound by our lineage, cursed by our inheritance, but we had to make a choice. Would we let the gods dictate our fates, or would we rise above, as flawed and imperfect as we were, to carve our own destinies in the stars? The storm howled louder, demanding an answer. And as I looked into my siblings' eyes, one filled with despair, one with defiance, I knew this was only the beginning. The storm was just the prologue to an epic tale that would unfold, binding us to our lineage, our blood, our fate. The fire crackled in the hollow of the forge, a relentless heartbeat of chaos and creation. Sparks danced like desperate souls seeking escape, illuminating the sweat-slicked face of Hephaestus, bent over his anvil, every swing of his hammer a cry against the world that had deemed him unworthy. He paused, breath hitching in his throat, a moment of deafening silence before the storm, a memory threading through the tumult like a needle through flesh. I remember the laughter of the gods, their disdain mingling with the scent of molten metal. I remember Athena's eyes, sharp and calculating, and the way she turned away, as if my very existence was a stain on their perfect mosaic. In that forge, where dreams were forged and nightmares wrought, shadows loomed large. The air thickened, heavy with unspoken words and the weight of 1,000 failures. A single drop of sweat trickled down Hephaestus's brow, a testament to his relentless toil, but also to his spiraling despair. And then there was Callista, her laughter filled the spaces between the clanking of metal, a haunting melody that wrapped around Hephaestus's heart, binding him closer to the impossible. She was everything he could never be. Beautiful, unfettered by the chains of expectation. But even as he crafted wonders, she slipped through his fingers like sand, forever out of reach. "Why can't you just be like everyone else?" she had asked once, the innocence of her curiosity cutting deeper than any blade he had ever forged. The echo of that question reverberated in the depths of his soul. The flicker of hope within him dimmed, smothered by the weight of her disappointment. A flash of light sent him back to the present, a burst of flames licking at the edges of his memory. The forge roared with a life of its own, the heat enveloping him like a lover's embrace gone wrong. He pounded the steel with ferocity, each strike a battle cry against the gods above, each echo reverberating through the dark recesses of his heart. I remember, fire and blood. Creation is a cruel mistress. Across the forge, a shadow shifted. Linos, his brother, stepped forward, wary eyes filled with a mix of disbelief and concern. "You can't keep doing this," Linos said, voice trembling as though it might shatter any second. "You're tearing yourself apart." But the truth was, Hephaestus was already torn. Every creation was a part of him, every spark a fragment of his fractured soul. He could feel the dualities pulling at him, creation and destruction, beauty and horror, hope and despair. He crafted exquisite beauty, yet the very act of creation felt like digging his own grave. A delicate statue of a nymph stood in the corner, beckoning with ethereal grace. "I fashioned her with every ounce of love I had," Hephaestus muttered, his voice a dark whisper. "And yet, she haunts me. She is art, and I am the artist who will never be loved. So you're just going to keep hiding here?" Linos pressed, his voice a lifeline thrown into the storm. "While the world outside burns, While Callista, don't mention her." The words exploded from Hephaestus, raw and jagged, the flames in the forge roaring higher, reflecting the turmoil within him. "She is the sun, and I am a shadow, always lurking, always out of reach." The tension hung thick, a cord strung taut between brother and brother, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last. Suddenly, the forge shuddered, as if responding to their conflict. Metal groaned under strain, and Hephaestus could feel the earth itself tremble beneath the weight of his emotions. I remember a time when I could shape fire and not let it consume me. Callista had returned, not in body, but in spirit. He could see her in every curve of the metal he formed, the way the flames twisted and turned, echoing her laughter. But it was a laugh that now haunted him, mocking him for his inadequacies, for the way he could create beauty but never possess it. "You can't keep clinging to the past." Lino shouted, desperation creeping into his voice, a plea wrapped in the fierceness of brotherly love. "You're not a monster, Hephaestus. You're a god. You have the power to create. Or to destroy," Hephaestus countered, his voice a low growl, eyes darkened with anguish. "Creation is a fragile thing, destruction is a single breath away." The walls of the forge were closing in, shadows creeping, taunting him. Memory swirled like smoke, blurring the lines between what had been and what could never be. He felt a crack beneath the surface, the dam of his emotions threatening to burst. And then it happened, an explosion, a flash of blinding light, as the forge erupted in a cacophony of flames. Lino stumbled back, eyes wide, horror etched across his face. The very essence of creation had turned against him, and Hephaestus was caught in a tempest of his own making. "Brother!" Lino's cried, but the roar of the forge drowned out the plea, drowning out reason. In that moment, Hephaestus was both creator and destroyer, trapped in the chaos of his own existence. The flames licked at him, wrapping him in a fierce embrace, as he stood on the precipice of oblivion, torn between the beauty he longed to create and the destruction that loomed just a heartbeat away. Was he destined to ignite the world in flames? Or could he find a way to meld the darkness into something new, something beautiful? The shadows flickered, whispers of hope and despair weaving through the air, and he realized that this battle was not just against the forge, but within himself. The dualities of his nature fought violently, a relentless tug-of-war that threatened to consume him entirely. Yet amidst the chaos, a single thought took root in his mind. "I remember, creation and destruction are but two sides of the same coin." As the forge roared, Hephaestus stood frozen, heart pounding, waiting for the inevitable surge that would either shatter him or shape him. And in that moment of stillness, he braced himself for the release, the catharsis of fire and soul entwined, poised on the edge of everything. The night was a sprawling canvas of shadows, painted with the pale brush of moonlight, yet it felt alive, breathing, pulsing with unspoken fears. I stood in the heart of a crumbling city, walls whispering secrets, each crack a memory of laughter now swallowed by the dark. The scent of rain hung in the air, but it was not the cleansing kind, it was suffocating, thick with the weight of despair. It soaked into my skin, mingling with the dread that wrapped around my heart like a vice. This is it, I thought, every beat echoing the unrelenting drum of fate. There he was, Kieran, splayed across the cobblestones, his leg twisted grotesquely, a broken marionette left to dangle in the shadows. Pain radiated from him, a living entity that clawed at my insides, a reminder of every wrong turn we'd ever taken. "You're not supposed to be here," I whispered, the words barely escaping my lips, trembling in the night air. His eyes, dark pools of anguish, reflected the moonlight like a mournful gaze from a forgotten deity. I wanted to reach out, to mend him, but my hands were paralyzed by the weight of our shared history, each moment a thorn digging deeper into our fragile bond. "Why did you come, Maya?" His voice cracked like ice underfoot, a painful reminder of what we had lost. I remember the laughter that used to hang between us like a golden thread, now fraying, unraveling into a tapestry of regret. I wanted to tell him I came to save him, to wipe away the scars of his past, to unearth that fire we once shared. But words of comfort felt like shards of glass, sharp and dangerous. Instead, I stood frozen, a statue carved from the very sorrow that bound us. The world swirled around us, colors blurring, sounds muffled as if the universe conspired to drown out our suffering. And yet, a sinister undercurrent pulled at my gut, the deity we had wronged was awakening, and his anger roiled like a tempest, threatening to consume everything in its path. I could feel it, a pulsing vibration in the air, growing louder, a heartbeat synced with Kieran's fading strength. "Help me, Maya," he gasped, desperation twisting his features into something unrecognizable. There were no words left, only a raw, visceral fear that left me trembling, a shadow creeping closer, urging me to act. Yet, what could I do? My heart was a prison, binding me to a past that felt like a chain wrapped tight around my throat. I wanted to scream, to rail against the heavens, but all that emerged was a choked sob, a shattered plea for mercy. And then, as if summoned by our despair, he appeared, the lame deity of olden tales, a figure draped in the tattered remnants of our mistakes. His form was unsettling, limbs distorted like branches twisted from a tempest, and a gaze that pierced the very fabric of reality. "You call upon me, yet your hearts are heavy with guilt," he intoned, voice a gravelly echo that clawed at the edges of my sanity. Every word dripped with a cruel mockery, an unyielding reminder of our folly. "Why do you haunt us?" I dared to ask, my voice barely a breath, trembling with fear and defiance. "What do you want?" I could feel Kieran's pain mixing with my own, a heady cocktail of anguish and regret, swirling in a tempest of raw emotion. The deity's laughter, a sound like shattering glass, echoed through the night, and I shivered, a chill racing down my spine. "You sought my favor, yet turned your back when darkness enveloped your soul. I am but a mirror, reflecting your sins." In that moment, the city seemed to tremble, the shadows lengthening, reaching for us with skeletal fingers, grasping, pulling. And I remembered, every time we turned away from the light, every time we chose comfort over truth, we had fed this darkness. The lame deity was not a monster but a consequence, a reckoning made flesh, a reminder that our choices had unleashed a tide of suffering that now threatened to drown us all. "Please," Kieran choked out, his voice breaking through my thoughts, raw and desperate. "I can't," but the words fell like leaves in autumn, fading into the night, absorbed by the vastness of our regrets. I looked at him, and the tears I had held back surged forth, unbidden. "I won't let you go," I cried, but the vow felt hollow, an echo of a promise I feared I could not keep. The deity stepped closer, his eyes boring into us, and I felt the weight of eternity pressing down as if the cosmos itself held its breath, waiting for our next move. "To abandon hope is to abandon life," he rasped, each syllable an arrow aimed at my heart. "But to face your fears, to embrace your past, this is the path to redemption." I choked on my fear, the truth piercing deeper than any blade. Redemption? A word so heavy, yet so fragile. It hung in the air like smoke, promising clarity but delivering only chaos. Kieran's gaze met mine, and in that moment, we were united in our suffering, our flawed humanity laid bare before this embodiment of our past. Together, he whispered, a flicker of strength igniting in his eyes. "We can break this cycle." The weight of his words settled over us, a blanket of fragile hope. I felt the raw pulse of the universe around us, the thrum of existence echoing in my veins. It was terrifying, exhilarating, a reckoning that demanded everything. With one final breath, I nodded, uncertainty flickering in the depths of my heart. Facing the deity, I steeled myself against the tide of pain and regret. "We accept our past," I declared, voice trembling but resolute. "We will not run." The shadows around us stirred, the deity's laughter intertwining with our defiance, and in that instant, the world shifted. Everything felt possible, yet impossibly heavy, as if the weight of countless lives rested on our shoulders. A storm brewed within me, a fear, anger, hope, love, all colliding in a tempest that begged for release. I reached for Kieran, our fingers intertwining, a fragile beacon in the encroaching darkness. Together, we stood against the tide, ready to confront the ghosts of our past, the limbs of the lame deity reaching out, inviting us into the abyss, where pain and redemption danced in a haunting waltz. And the night deepened, as if holding its breath, the stakes rising, the air thick with anticipation, while we moved forward, hand in hand, into the unknown. The shadows whispered, the deity watched, and the weight of our choices loomed ever closer, ready to consume or liberate. The anvil glowed like a dying star, the heart of the forge pulsing with a fury that echoed through the cavernous darkness. Sparks erupted, dancing like lost souls in a storm, each one a whisper of ambition, desire, or desperation. I stood there, breath heavy in the smoke-laden air, the metallic tang biting at my senses, fueling a fire within me. It was chaos. It was creation. In the shadows, Elias wrestled with his own demons, hands trembling as he gripped the hammer. Each strike against the iron was a battle cry, a desperate plea for control. The clang reverberated, a desperate song of survival, yet in each blow, I saw the weight of regret. I remember the day he forged his first blade. It was supposed to be a symbol of protection, something noble. But as he worked now, the darkness of his past clawed at him, an uninvited ghost wrapped in the cloak of memory. "Focus!" I shouted, my voice almost lost to the roar of the forge, the flames licking hungrily at the air, almost as if they wanted to consume us. "This is not just metal, it's our lifeline. Our legacy." But his eyes were clouded, a storm of guilt and anger swirling beneath the surface. "You don't understand," he spat, the words sharp as his hammer. "You weren't there when it mattered. When I had to choose between survival and honor." I felt it then, a pulse of hurt that struck like the hammer itself, every beat a reminder of our shared guilt. We were bound by blood and betrayal, by choices made in the dark corners of our hearts. I remember the nights we spent, whispering fears into the shadows, our voices cracking under the weight of forged promises. But those memories were ghosts now, wandering lost among the swirling smoke. Across the forge, Clara stood, her hands stained with soot and sorrow, yet she was strikingly beautiful in her turmoil. Her eyes held a quiet strength, but I saw the cracks running deep, fissures filled with dreams now turned to ash. She had been the light in Elias's darkness, but the shadows were swallowing her, too. "Elias, you can't keep punishing yourself," she murmured, voice barely lifting above the clamor. "Those choices, they were made in desperation. We've all lost something." Her hands, skilled and tender, moved to the bellows, fueling the flames that mirrored the fire in her heart. She had an uncanny ability to breathe life into a dying ember, yet there was a fragility in her spirit, a flickering flame at the mercy of the winds of fate. I watched her, remembering the way she laughed, a sound that could slice through the darkness. "You know, I had joked once, if you're looking to forge a sword, you might want to leave the charcoal to the coal miners. It's a little too dark for romantic escapades." She had laughed, that bright spark igniting hope in our weary hearts. But that laughter felt like a distant memory now, replaced by an unsettling silence that threatened to drown us. "Time is a merciless forge, Clara," I said, stepping closer, my heart thudding against my ribcage like a trapped bird. "We can't keep pretending that it will forgive us for our choices." Her gaze pierced through me, a mixture of defiance and despair. "And what if the choices we made are all we have left?" she asked, her voice trembling. "What if the tools we wield now are nothing but remnants of our failures?" The question hung heavily, an iron weight that pressed against our chests. I remember the first time I held a blade, its sharp edge cutting through the illusions I had of myself. The power it gave was intoxicating yet terrifying, a double-edged sword that promised strength while beckoning chaos. Elias struck the anvil again, fury mingling with sorrow in each blow, as if he could hammer away the pain. "I'm not afraid of what I've lost. I'm afraid of what I might become." The truth struck like the very hammer he wielded, each word echoing with the resonance of a life half-lived. I recalled in that moment my own moments of darkness, the night spent staring into the abyss of the cosmos, seeking answers that eluded me like shadows in an alleyway. What if we're just the tools of our own destruction? I whispered, more to myself than to them. "Then we must forge ourselves anew," Clara said fiercely, stepping forward, the fire reflecting in her eyes like molten gold. "We can't be defined by our past. We can create something beautiful." But could we? The doubt clawed at me, the specter of failure looming, whispering promises of despair. I felt the forged heat wrap around me, a living entity that breathed life into my fears and hopes alike. The rhythmic clang of metal became a heartbeat, a pulse of life that reminded me of the fragility of our existence. In that moment of tension, I saw the trio we had become, shadows flickering against the backdrop of fire. Each of us held a tool, not just of creation but symbols of our struggles. the hammer of regret, the anvil of choices, and the forge of our intertwined fates. Elias gripped the hammer tighter, his knuckles white, the forge heat turning his sweat to steam, rising like our unspoken burdens. I could feel the air thickening, heavy with the weight of unmade decisions, forgotten dreams, and the chilling realization that time waits for no one. "Then let's create," I commanded, the words spilling from my lips with raw urgency. "Let's make something worthy of the scars we bear." As the flames roared higher, dancing with abandon, I felt the tide shift within us, a current of renewal and resolve. We stood there, three flawed souls intertwined in this relentless dance of fire, forging our destinies with every breath. And in that moment, I understood, the tools we wield are not just for destruction, but for rebirth. The forge pulsed around us, relentless, alive, a haunting reminder that even in the darkest of places, creation lurked just beneath the surface, waiting to burst forth like a phoenix from the ashes. But the past is never truly gone, and as the fire crackled, shadows loomed, whispering secrets yet to be revealed, dark futures still unfurling their wings. Our hands trembled not just with anticipation, but with the weight of what lay ahead. The forge pulsed, our hearts raced, and the night, the night was just beginning. The forge roared like a dragon, its flames licking the stone walls of Hephaestus' workshop, casting flickering shadows that danced like tortured souls. Sweat dripped from his brow, mingling with the soot that clung to his skin, a dark reminder of his relentless toil. The air was thick with the acrid scent of molten metal, and each hammer strike sent vibrations through his bones, amplifying the tension that gripped him like a vice. He was not just crafting, he was wrestling with power, his creations alive with the pulse of his fury and despair. "Faster! You useless brutes!" His voice cut through the clamor, a raw scream that echoed back from the cold stone. The Cyclopes huddled around their work, three hulking figures of muscle and might, their single eye glowing with uncertainty, watching their master with a mix of fear and admiration. They were his hands, his muscles, but in this moment, they felt like shackles. He had shaped them, forged them with his will, yet here, in the heat of creation, he felt the weight of their gaze. It burned. It reminded him of his own shortcomings, of how he was often seen as less than, always the outcast, the one rejected. I remember the day they cast me aside. The laughter that rang in my ears as I tumbled from Olympus, a broken toy, discarded and forgotten. I remember the taste of betrayal, bitter and metallic, as I landed in the depths of the earth. But I rebuilt myself, I forged my pain into weapons, into art. Each creation bled my heart, each spark was a memory, a fight against my own inadequacy. The Cyclopes were my brothers, yes, but they were also my shadows, reminders of my past and the looming threat of failure. "Focus!" I snapped again, and one of the Cyclopes, named Brontes, flinched. His huge frame trembled as he lifted the massive hammer, the weight of expectation crushing him. Could he feel it? That weight? I was not just forging weapons, I was forging my legacy. The gods watched, ready to judge. Would they see brilliance or just another failure? The forged roar was interrupted by a sudden crash. A metal plate slipped from Brontes' hands and clattered to the ground, resounding like a funeral bell. Time slowed. I felt it too, that terrible sense of impending doom. I was a creator, yes, but I was also a god of vengeance. The world outside was a harsh, unforgiving landscape, and I was at battle with my very essence, battling against the belief that I was nothing, an exile. "Do it again," I commanded, and the words tasted sharp on my tongue. There was a flicker of defiance in Brontes' eye, but the other two Cyclopes, Steropes and Arges, moved in a synchronized rhythm, lifting their hammers, echoing my will. The clang of metal on metal became a heartbeat, a pulse that reverberated through the very marrow of my being. It was both exhilarating and terrifying, craftsmanship bound by the fragility of emotions. But beneath the surface, a tempest brewed. The Cyclopes whispered among themselves, their voices low, heavy with concern. I caught fragments, "He's losing it, what if we fail?" And my heart twisted like a broken gear. They were terrified of me, of my fury, and it gnawed at my soul. I wanted to scream, to unleash my rage upon the world, but the fire within me was also my prison. I had created them to be my strength, but they were becoming my chains. "Do you not believe in me?" I shouted, smashing my fist into the anvil, the echo ringing through the workshop like a death knell. "I am Hephaestus. I am the master of fire." It was a cry born of desperation, of longing for validation. A breath caught in my throat, I felt the weight of eons pressing down. The forge was my womb, and like a child, I had birthed beauty and chaos, yet still craved acceptance. Through the smoky haze, I noticed Bronte's eye gleaming with something else, something deeper, a reflection of my own turmoil. Perhaps he was not just afraid, perhaps he felt trapped, too. "We believe in you, Master," he said, his voice a low rumble, a protective growl. "But we fear the fire inside you. It burns too hot." In that moment, the air crackled with tension, a mix of understanding and fear. I saw their eyes, wide and dark, like bottomless abysses. They were not just my creations, they were my kindred spirits, creatures born from the same anguish that fueled my craft. I remembered the nights spent alone, dreaming of recognition, of being whole. I remembered the shadows creeping into my mind, whispering that I was nothing, that my fire would consume me. I took a step back, the hiss of my breath mingling with the fire's crackle. Perhaps we need to be fire together." The word spilled out, unbidden, like molten metal flowing from the crucible. It was a revelation. I had spent so long trying to prove my worth alone. But what if the strength of my creations could become intertwined with my own? What if, together, we could forge something magnificent? "Together," I repeated, and I saw their single eyes widen, the flicker of hope igniting in the dark. In that instant, we were not just creator and creation, we were allies, comrades bound by shared strife, by the relentless pursuit of power and craftsmanship. The forge blazed brighter, and I felt it resonate with the rhythm of our hearts, a chorus of defiance against the god's judgment. And just as the intensity peaked, as the heat of our collective resolve built to a crescendo, a sudden chill swept through the workshop, snuffing out the flames for just a heartbeat. It was a ghostly reminder of the past, a whisper of doubt, but I fought it back, drawing strength from the Cyclopes. "Let's create," I commanded, the fire flickering back to life, forged from the darkest depths of our souls. As we worked, the clang of metal became a symphony, a celebration of our shared struggle, a promise to rise from the ashes. My heart pounded in cadence with the hammer, a testament to our unity, our survival. We were crafting more than weapons, we were crafting our destinies, our identities forged in fire and fury. Outside, the world awaited, a stage set for confrontation. The gods would come, their judgment looming like a storm, but in that workshop, surrounded by flames and shadows, I felt alive, reborn through the very agony that had once chained me. And as our creations took shape, glistening with the promise of power, I knew this was just the beginning. The fire within me had not extinguished, it had only been tempered. The Cyclopes stood with me, not as mere workers but as warriors, united in our quest for recognition, for acceptance, and for the power that lay in the heart of our craftsmanship. An eclipse of doubt still hovered on the horizon, but together we were ready to face it. Together we would unleash a storm that would echo through the ages. And as the forge roared back to life, I felt the thrill of creation surge through me, a bubbling tide of defiance and hope, ready to ignite the world. The air crackled around the forge like a storm brewing just beyond the horizon, a tumultuous symphony of heat and chaos. Sparks flew, illuminating the dim room where shadows danced alongside flickering flames. Hephaestus stood at the anvil, the hammer gripped tightly in his calloused hand as sweat trickled down his brow. Each strike echoed like a mournful drumbeat, a desperate plea against the emptiness in his heart. "This is what the gods demand," he muttered, but the words felt hollow, devoid of any conviction. It wasn't just metal he was shaping, it was a fate entwined with his own, a woman born of clay, molded by divine hands. As he pounded, an image began to take form, but with it came a weight he couldn't shake. He could hear the whispers of the other gods beneath the hammer's rhythm, their laughter ringing in his ears like a haunting melody. A gift, they called it, a delicate beauty set to unleash chaos upon humanity. But Hephaestus, with his solitary heart and twisted limbs, felt only the jagged edges of loneliness. In the corner of his mind, a memory flickered, a time before the forge consumed him. It was a tapestry woven with warmth, human connection, and the fleeting laughter of a woman's voice. A woman whose essence had slipped through his fingers like molten metal, each moment he could never reclaim. I remember, he stopped mid-swing, the hammer hovering in the air, the ghosts of the past swirling around him. The clay, cool and pliable, awaited his touch. He recalled another moment, one filled with an insatiable longing, the night he had dared to dream of love. He had carved her from the very earth, a being born of his pain and desire. And now, as he fashioned Pandora, he was faced with the ugly truth: beauty could be a curse, a double-edged sword that cut deeper than any blade. Outside, echoes of laughter from the gods taunted him, their faces illuminated by the flickering light. Zeus, with his thunderous laughter, and Athena, wise yet cruel, watched from above. They sang of ambition, of the power she would wield, but they knew nothing of love. They knew nothing of the ache that clawed at his insides, the fear that Pandora would not just be a creation but a reflection of his own failures. Her beauty must be unmatched, they had said, visions of perfection clouding their judgment. She will be a gift to humanity, a beacon of temptation. But what if that beauty turned to ash? What if the promise of joy turned to grief? Hephaestus's hands trembled, a storm brewing inside him, as he began to sculpt her face. Would she, too, wear sorrow like a cloak? With each flick of his wrist, an unsettling sense of dread followed. He had crafted gods and monsters, but this was different. As Pandora's features came to life, he felt an urge to protect her, to shield her from the world outside the forge, where shadows whispered secrets and time wore a mask of cruelty. I remember, he whispered again, the words hanging heavy in the air, the way she would smile, the way her laughter felt like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. Yet, what was he creating? A vessel of joy or a harbinger of doom? Then she opened her eyes, and the flickering flames ignited something within him, a spark of hope, a yearning. He watched as she blinked, confusion mingling with curiosity. Her gaze pierced through the veil of confinement, and for a moment, he saw a reflection of himself in her. He was no longer just a god of fire and metal, he was a man with dreams, fears, and a heart that beat to the rhythm of creation. Pandora, he breathed, her name hanging in the air like a prayer. You are my creation, my heart's desire, and yet, he hesitated, the weight of his words hanging in the balance. You are also a gift to them. A gift that may turn against you. Outside, the laughter of the gods intensified, blending with the crackling of the flames. The forge felt like a cage, the walls closing in as he wrestled with his emotions. Would they see her as he did, a reflection of tenderness and pain mingled together? Or would she be another pawn in their grand game? The tension coiled tighter around him, a serpent ready to strike. He could feel their intentions, a darkness lurking just beyond the threshold. They spoke of her as if she were nothing more than a beautiful illusion, a token to pacify humanity. But to him, she was real, and her existence pulsed with possibility and peril. As he stepped back, allowing her to breathe in the air of her new reality, he felt a chasm yawning wide between creator and creation. You must be strong, Pandora, he urged, desperation lacing his voice, for they will come for you, and the world will judge you not for who you are, but for what they wish to see. The forge crackled ominously, shadows stretching across the walls, and in that moment, the weight of destiny pressed down on them both. Hephaestus could sense a storm gathering, an unholy alliance of beauty and chaos about to unfurl. The air thickened with anticipation, and he realized, the very moment he had longed for was now upon him. Remember, my creation, he whispered, his heart in his throat, with great beauty comes great sorrow. Her eyes, wide and innocent, held his gaze, and he could almost see a flicker of understanding there, a recognition of the burden she was to bear. And so, within the heart of the forge, love and fear coalesced, the echoes of laughter fading into the distance, as Pandora took her first step into a world both wondrous and frightening. In the shadows, the gods watched, their grins sharp and knowing. The stage was set, the play was about to begin. And somewhere, amidst the fire and fury of creation, Hephaestus felt the ground beneath him shift, the cosmos itself holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable collision of fate. The forge roared like a beast trapped in a cage, metal clashing, fire licking the air, and in the heat of it all stood Hephaestus, a god forged in the crucible of unrelenting pain. Sweat traced the contours of his face, mingling with soot, and his heart thudded against the silence of unfulfilled dreams. He could hear the whispers of his creations, the weapons and wonders, but none of them could fill the void left by her absence, the light that was Aphrodite. I remember the first time I saw her. She glittered like the dawn breaking over the horizon, a stark contrast to the shadows that clung to me. She thrashed through my thoughts like a wild river, carving paths through rock and despair. Beauty, they say, is a curse, and in her presence, I felt both blessed and haunted. But love is a fickle flame. Even as I shaped the very essence of life out of molten metal, my heart was a twisted mass, a tangle of jealousy and longing. I hear the echoes of those who once celebrated our union, but in those moments, a shadow had already stretched its fingers across the threshold of our lives. I could feel it. It was coming. A faint rustle, a soft laughter, and suddenly she was there, Aphrodite, radiant and ethereal, her presence a heady intoxicant. But behind her enchanting smile lurked the spectre of betrayal. I watched her, the way her laughter danced like flames, the way her eyes sparkled with mischief, but deep down, something called within me like a serpent ready to strike. "Look at you, my husband," she said, teasingly, her voice a melody that wrapped around me. So serious when there's beauty all around. I forced a smile, a mask that cracked under the weight of longing. "Beauty is fleeting," I replied, each word heavy as iron. "It can be lost in the blink of an eye." The air was electric, the tension a living thing that crept up my spine. I saw the flicker in her eyes, the way they darted toward the entrance, as if memories of another were beckoning her away. I could taste the bitterness of doubt, it was sharp and acrid, a reminder that I was not enough. Not for her. I remember the night when the full moon cast shadows that danced along the walls of our home, a house that felt more like a cage than a sanctuary. The fire crackled, and I wielded my hammer, shaping the metal with precision, pouring my soul into each strike. But even then, the rhythm of the forge couldn't drown out the stillness that gnawed at my heart, an ache that grew deeper with every laugh echoing in the night air. "Are you lonely, Hephaestus?" she asked one evening, her voice cutting through my solitude like a blade. "You never leave this place." Her question hung in the air like smoke, thick and suffocating. I wanted to scream that I was too far gone, too broken to step into the light with her. "I create," I said, my voice a low growl. "What more do I need?" But she was already slipping away again, her laughter trailing behind her like the ghost of a warm breeze. I watched her go, and it felt like a fracture, a crack in the very foundation of my existence. Each departure etched another line of sorrow across my heart, each smile a reminder of a love that was slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. And then, the whispers began. They slithered through the air, soft and insidious. I heard the murmurings of others, those who spoke of a lover who was not me. The jagged shards of jealousy pierced me without warning, and I found myself gripped by a dark fury. How could she? The revelation hit me at once, a tidal wave of realization crashing over my thoughts. I saw them together, her laughter mingling with his, the god of war, ours. Their passion was a fire that threatened to consume everything. My heart twisted, a tangled knot of pain and rage. I remember my hands trembling as I fashioned a trap, a net woven from the sharpest threads of betrayal. I would catch them, expose them to the world, show her the darkness that lay beneath the surface of her beauty. And yet, as I shaped that net, a part of me hesitated. Was I not the one who had built walls of isolation around my heart? The confrontation was inevitable, a storm brewing on the horizon. I watched as they reveled in their stolen moments, the laughter ringing out like the chime of coins, sweet, yet hollow. I felt the air thicken around me, the weight of impending doom pressing down. In that moment, standing on the precipice of heartbreak, I realized something chilling. Love is not just a bond but a battlefield, wrought with wounds that bleed in silence. With every strike of my hammer, I was forging the very chains that would bind us together in agony. I remember the night I unveiled the trap, the moment when betrayal became a spectre haunting our love. As Ars and Aphrodite fell entwined, the laughter faded, replaced by a silence that roared in my ears. I was not the hero of this tale, I was the architect of my own despair. Then came the confrontation. "You chose him," I roared, the words like molten metal spilling from my lips. "You knew what you wanted, and it was not me." Her eyes were wide, shock etched across her face, and for a moment, I saw fear flicker in those beautiful depths. "Hephaestus," she began, but I could hear the lie in her voice, the hesitation that bled truth. The forge behind us was alive, the flames dancing in a frenzy, mirroring the chaos within me. I had built her a throne of fire and love, and yet she chose to sit beside another. The bitter taste of revenge stung my tongue. I wanted to scream, to rend the very fabric of their love apart, but deep down, I knew, every chisel, every hammer strike was a reflection of my own brokenness. With every heartbeat, the web of betrayal tightened around us, each thread a reminder that love can be both a sanctuary and a prison. As the shadows lengthened, I stood at the crossroads of love and hate, a god caught in the flames of his own creation. And yet, as I gazed into her eyes, there was a flicker of something else, something that begged for understanding, for forgiveness, for a chance to rewrite the ending. The night stretched on, the tension pressing down, each moment a breathless pause in a story that was far from over. Like starlight lost in the vast cosmos, our love shimmered uncertainly through the darkness, clinging to the hope of redemption, even as betrayal lingered close, a ghost that would not let us go. Amidst the chaos of clashing swords and the cries of dying men, there is a moment, a heartbeat of silence where the world holds its breath. The air hangs heavy, thick with the stench of sweat and blood, and the ground trembles as if anticipating the next wave of destruction. In this chaos, the sparks fly from the forge of Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, a chaotic dance of creation amid annihilation. I remember the clang of metal, the hiss of molten iron, and the relentless rhythm of the hammer, a heartbeat in the darkness of his forge. This is where the cries of battle fade, and the true struggle begins. Hephaestus stands there, the master of transformation, the one who shapes raw elements into powerful weapons and exquisite finery. But in this moment, his heart is not in the creation of weapons for war, it is a bittersweet symphony of longing and isolation. The forge is his refuge, yet it is also his prison. He has forged the shield of Achilles, a masterpiece glinting in the light, but the price of its creation weighs heavily on him. I see him, hunched and scarred, the cruel mockery of fate etched into his features. His legs, twisted and weak, are a constant reminder of his exile from Olympus, a punishment for sins that echo louder than the clang of his hammer. He is the god of creation, yet in his heart, he feels like a broken thing. A forgotten son, a hollow god amidst the glory of the Greeks and the Trojans raging on the battlefield. In the shadows of his forge, a flicker of daylight breaks through the cracks. His mother, Hera, stands there, a goddess draped in regal sorrow. Her eyes shimmer with unshed tears, reflecting the anguish of a mother who has witnessed too much pain. She loves him, oh, how she loves him, but love can be a double-edged sword. "They don't see you, my son," she whispers, her voice trembling with the weight of truth. "They see the weapons you create, the shield that protects them, but they do not see the man beneath the fire." Her words hang in the air, heavy as iron, and for a moment, Hephaestus lets himself dream. He dreams of acceptance, of joining the ranks of the glorious gods, of being more than just a craftsman. But the dream is a flickering flame, extinguished by the harsh winds of reality. The gods play their games, and he is but a pawn, his heart pounding with a desperate hope that feels so distant. Across the battlefield, Achilles, the greatest warrior of the Greeks, stands at the precipice of his own torment. I remember the look in his eyes, an unquenchable fire, a rage burning hotter than the forge itself. He is a man of glory, but glory comes at a steep price. His heart, once filled with honor, is now a cauldron of pain, boiling over with loss and betrayal. Patroclus, his beloved friend, lies dead. The weight of grief crushes him, it is a darkness that gnaws at his very soul. Why, he screams into the night, a primal howl that echoes off the mountains. Why must I suffer? Why must I fight when all I want is the warmth of a friend's embrace? Each word is a dagger, piercing the silence, and I feel the cold grip of despair wrap around my heart. Achilles stands alone, surrounded by a sea of warriors, yet he is the loneliest of them all. He knows that vengeance is a bitter fruit, yet he craves it with every fiber of his being. The blood of Hector calls to him, a siren song that promises an end to his suffering. And there, in the crucible of rage and grief, Hephaestus feels the tremors of Achilles' heart. The bond between them, forged not in the fires of the forge but in the crucible of shared pain, is palpable. He sees the warrior as a reflection of his own struggles. Both are marked by scars that tell tales of their own making. Both are misunderstood by a world that sees only what they create, not who they truly are. In the heart of darkness, the forge burns brighter, casting long shadows that dance on the walls like ghosts of the past. Hephaestus grips the hammer, each strike resonating with a pulse that feels almost alive. The fire erupts in a frenzy, a phoenix rising from the ashes, and within it, he sees Achilles. He sees the anger, the pain, the longing for love and acceptance. He sees the man who fights not just for vengeance but for the hope of redemption. And in that moment, he makes a choice. He will craft not just a weapon but a symbol, a shield that mirrors the soul of Achilles, a testament to the weight of suffering and the strength to rise above it. He pours every ounce of his emotion into the creation, the hammer striking with an intensity that reverberates through the cosmos. The flames roar, illuminating the darkness, and Hephaestus feels alive, at one with his creation, his heart beating in rhythm with the pulse of the universe. But the battle rages on, oblivious to the sacred moment inside the forge. The cries of the dying fill the air, a cacophony of despair and fury. Achilles stands on the brink, a storm brewing within him, ready to unleash a fury that can drown the world. The moment teeters on a knife's edge, a breath away from chaos or salvation. Will he find the strength to wield the shield born of pain and love, or will he succumb to the darkness that beckons him into its embrace? The answer hangs in the air, fragile, trembling, like the last notes of a mournful song. And as Hephaestus releases the shield from the forge, a glimmer of hope shines through the darkness. The connection forged between the god and the warrior transcends the battlefield, wrapping around them like an eternal thread. I remember the weight of the moment, raw, electric, alive. The echoes of their struggles and the promise of their bond linger in the air. The forge, the battlefield, the cries of love and loss, they all blend into a melody that resonates through time, binding them together. They are two sides of the same coin, forever caught in a dance of creation and destruction, of longing and acceptance. And as the world spins on, the shadows stretch long, whispering secrets of the past, the present, and the inexorable future, where the fires of the forge and the heart of the warrior collide. In the midst of the chaos, hope flickers like a candle in the wind, a fragile light, yet vibrant enough to ignite a revolution of spirit. A thunderclap splits the air, reverberating through the valley, where shadows tremble in fear, and the ground quakes beneath the weight of fate. The sky, bruised with dark clouds, hints at storms brewing far beyond. I stand in the heart of chaos, surrounded by war cries that pierce through the thickening tension. It's a cacophony that drowns the voice of reason. My breath is shallow, a fluttering bird caught in a cage. Nothing here feels safe. Somewhere in this maelstrom, Achilles reigns, a tempest wrapped in flesh and fury. His eyes burn with the remembrance of blood spilled, the kind that stains not only the ground but the very essence of honor. I remember him standing there, tall, invincible, yet hollow. The world begs for his wrath, yet he hesitates, caught between love and rage, between the weight of his legacy and the specter of loss. His heart, a battlefield of its own, aches with memories of Patroclus, a ghost that whispers in every silence. Then there's Hector, a warrior painted with valor, yet crumbling under the weight of duty. His armor gleams, but it's a facade, a thin layer shielding a soul racked with doubt. I remember the way his breath quivers in his chest, like a child facing the dark. He fights not just for glory but for a home that feels like it's slipping through his fingers like sand. Each step he takes toward Achilles feels like a step toward the abyss, a plunge he fears but cannot avoid. The shield, forged in the fires of divine craftsmanship, lies before me, a canvas of artistry that tells tales untold. It is more than metal, it's a story, a world encased in bronze, alive with the pulse of life itself. I can almost hear the distant laughter of children playing in fields, the clamor of cities bustling with life, scenes rich with joy, yet forever tinged with sorrow. Each carving whispers secrets, a haunting reminder that beauty often dances on the edge of despair. I remember losing myself in its intricate designs, where every detail is a testament to the human experience, a reflection of our dreams, our fears. A heartbeat thunders in my ears, the rhythm of impending doom. Achilles grips his sword, a mere extension of his rage, as he steps forward. The air thickens, and the moment hangs suspended, stretched taut like a bowstring pulled to its limit. I can see Hector's resolve waver, the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes as he meets the tempest head-on. He knows, deep in the marrow of his bones, that this confrontation is inevitable, a clash ordained by the gods. Yet, amidst the chaos, I sense a flicker of regret in Achilles, a fleeting glimpse of the man he could be, unshackled from the chains of vengeance. The shield, a haunting reflection of his soul, casts shadows that dance like phantoms around us. I wonder if he sees it too, the beauty and the horror intertwined, like lovers caught in a tragic embrace. "Face me," he roars, and the ground trembles beneath the weight of his fury. The call echoes, thrumming with the energy of 1,000 battles fought and lost. It pierces the air, slicing through the silence that once wrapped around our hearts like a comforting shroud. Hector steps forward, his heart pounding like a war drum, each beat a reminder of everything he's fighting for. I remember the flicker of hope in his eyes, the love for his family, the city he defends with every breath. Yet, here he stands, on the precipice of annihilation, a man against a myth. The clash is violent, metal screams against metal, a symphony of destruction that reverberates through the very marrow of the earth. I feel the shockwave of their strikes ripple through me, a visceral connection that binds us all to this moment. It's not just a fight, it's a reckoning, a collision of dreams and nightmares. The world holds its breath, suspended in a tableau of impending fate. Time fractures as the battle rages on, moments stretching and collapsing like waves crashing against a cliff. I remember falling into a trance, feeling the electric pulse of life coursing through my veins, each strike of the sword a heartbeat, each gasp a cry for existence. It's the raw essence of humanity spilling forth, unfiltered and unrelenting. In that chaos, Achilles falters for a heartbeat, the weight of his choice is dawning on him. I remember the flicker of doubt in his gaze as he locks eyes with Hector, understanding dawning in the stillness before the storm. It's a moment of vulnerability, stripped bare before the gods watching from their thrones in the celestial expanse. The air crackles with tension, the world holding its breath as the line between hero and monster blurs. I remember, I whisper, caught in the echo of their fateful dance. I remember the weight of longing, the ache of choices made and unmade. The words cling to the air like smoke, heavy with emotion, as if each syllable holds the weight of eternity in its fragile grasp. And then, in a flash, the resolution ignites. A final strike, a moment suspended in time, where hope and despair collide. I can almost taste the bitterness of destiny on my lips, the sweetness of dreams crushed beneath the weight of reality. The shield, oh, the shield. An eternal reminder of their conflicts, a mirror reflecting the chaos of their souls. As the dust settles, I'm left trembling, hanging in the balance of what was and what could have been. The stories entwine, threads of fate weaving through the tapestry of life, forever connected yet tragically severed. And in that moment, I realize, the battle is not merely of men but of ideals, of love and loss, of the relentless pursuit of meaning in a world that often feels devoid of it. It lingers in the air, this electric tension, like a promise unfulfilled. The shadows deepen, and as the sun dips below the horizon, I know the story does not end here. It stretches into the unknown, a haunting refrain echoing through the ages, an unsung melody of glory and anguish, forever entwined. The roar of the forge filled the air, a cacophony of metal against metal, a symphony of sparks flying like fireflies in a breathless night. I remember the heat, blistering against my skin, the stench of burning iron mingling with the sweet scent of sweat and desperation. The air was thick with urgency. Hephaestus stood there, his hands a blur, hammering out destiny, molding fate. He was a god, yes, but a god bound by chains forged from love's betrayal, an artist trapped in a nightmare of his own making. I remember the silence before the storm, an echo of uncertainty, the weight of 1,000 eyes on him. Glowing embers danced like whispers, taunting him. Could he create something worthy? Could he craft the hero the world needed when he himself felt so broken? His heart drummed in his chest, an anxious rhythm of hope and despair. It was a battle against time, a race against shadows creeping into the light. This was not just about metal, this was about redemption. And then there was Odysseus, a man torn by the fabric of his own choices. I remember the way he stood, his silhouette framed by the forge's fierce glow. He was a hero, but also a ghost in his own story. The weight of his journey pressed down on him like the heavy armor he wore, each link a reminder of trials faced, of comrades lost, of love left behind. His eyes flickered with a mix of determination and fear, searching for the spark that Hephaestus could ignite within him. They had shared countless battles, but this was different. This was personal. "Do you believe in the gods?" Odysseus asked, his voice low, laden with the gravity of his quest. The question hung in the air, a taut string ready to snap. Hephaestus paused, the hammer poised above the molten metal, caught in that moment. It wasn't just a question. It was a confession, a longing for connection amidst chaos. I remember forging the chains of my own heart," Hephaestus said, his voice gravelly, each word a quiver of vulnerability. "Belief? It's as fragile as the steel I shape. It can bend, twist, break. But it's also what drives me." The forge lit up his face, shadows playing in the hollows of his features, illuminating a man both glorious and grotesque, a god marked by humanity. Odysseus stepped closer, the heat from the forge enveloping him like a shroud. "Then help me, Hephaestus. Craft something that will carry me home. Something that will remind me who I am." The plea echoed, a desperate cry against the backdrop of clanging metal, fighting to be heard over the chaos within. "Home," Hephaestus echoed softly, as if tasting the sweetness of the word, the weight of its absence. He turned back to his work, his hammer striking the anvil with a furious rhythm, sparks flying like stars born in a dark sky. Each strike became a heartbeat, a pulse of emotion. "I can give you weapons, armor, but what you truly seek is more elusive." I remember the tension thickening like fog, swirling around them, whispers of doubt and fear entwined in the air. And then, like the flicker of a dying light, the thought struck Hephaestus. A hero without purpose is a weapon without a wielder. What will you forge in your own heart? What do you know of purpose? Odysseus shot back, the rawness of his voice betraying the pain beneath. "You, who are tethered to your own failures." Silence fell, heavy as iron. The forge crackled, the heat pulsing like a living thing, and in that moment, they were both caught in the echo of their wounds, Hephaestus, the god of creation, imprisoned by the memories of betrayal, and Odysseus, the wanderer, shackled by longing and loss. "I know the fire of despair," Hephaestus answered, his voice a whisper, brittle as ash. "Every creation I forge carries the weight of my scars. You bear the weight of your choices, yet they do not define you. You are not just a hero, you are a survivor." Odysseus stepped back, the distance between them stretching like a chasm. I remember the faces of those I've lost," he said, grief crashing over him like waves against a rocky shore. "How can I carry that weight and still hope to return?" Hephaestus moved closer, the glow of the forge illuminating the raw edges of his soul. "Then allow the fire to transform you. Let it burn away the doubt, the fear. That's what I can give you, the strength to face your demons. Your journey is not just to return, it is to become who you truly are." The forge roared back to life, each clang of Hephaestus's hammer resonating like a heartbeat. Odysseus watched, mesmerized, as the fragments of his own shattered spirit began to crystallize around the flames. The air thickened with anticipation, each breath a promise of rebirth. "Then let us weave a new tale," Odysseus said, his spirit ignited, a flicker of hope lighting his weary eyes. Together, with each strike of the hammer, they crafted not just weapons but a bond forged in understanding, in shared scars and unspoken dreams. The forge became a sanctuary, a crucible where creation and destruction danced a delicate waltz. Hephaestus poured every ounce of his heart into the metal, while Odysseus poured his fears into the fire, both transforming pain into purpose. The shadows in the corners crept closer, the silence thickening again, but this time it felt different. It was alive with possibility, a powerful current flowing, forging an unbreakable connection. And as the last stroke of the hammer echoed into the night, it was clear they had created something extraordinary. not merely weapons, but a new understanding of strength, vulnerability, and the essence of being human. In that moment, they were not just a god and a hero, they were kindred spirits, each battling their own demons, yet finding solace in the heat of the forge. The clock ticked away the seconds, a relentless reminder of time. But in this space, it felt like eternity, a moment suspended in the promise of what was to come. They were poised at the edge of something monumental, hearts racing, breaths mingling with smoke and fire, ready to step into the unknown. I remember the tension hanging in the air, electric and palpable, as if the cosmos had paused to bear witness. And in that space between creation and destruction, hope flickered, bright, wild, and uncontainable. The forge blazed with a fury only Hephaestus could command, a cacophony of metal clashing against metal, each strike resonating like a heartbeat in the throat of the underworld. Sparks flew like the angry stars of a forgotten night, illuminating the sweat-soaked brow of the god, the master of fire and craft. This was no ordinary day. The air crackled with a tension that felt almost sentient, whispering of betrayals and desires yet unfulfilled. I remember the moment when the door to the forge swung open, an intrusion that shattered the rhythm of hammer against anvil. It was Aeneas, the Trojan hero, his face a mask of desperation, a storm brewing behind those weary eyes. I could see his soul laid bare, cracked and raw, like the very metal I shaped. "Help me," he gasped, the words spilling out like blood from an unhealed wound. "I have lost everything." How could I refuse? I was no stranger to loss, having watched my own beloved Aphrodite slip through my fingers like smoke. But this was different. The weight of Aeneas's plea bore down on me, and I could feel the air grow thick with the taste of ash and regret. The heartache was palpable, as if the very fabric of destiny had torn itself, leaving us all to grapple with the jagged edges. "Your city is burning," I said, breathing out the words like a prayer yet unfulfilled. "And you ask for what? Forgiveness? A chance to fight." His silence spoke louder than 1,000 battles lost. I recognized that look, the way hope flickers like a dying ember in the coldest of nights. It was a haunting reflection of my own past, a mirror shattering with every beat. But I had something he needed. I turned back to my forge, the heat wrapping around me like a lover's embrace, driving away the chill of despair. The hammer danced against the metal, each clang resonating with the rhythm of ancient legends. As I worked, I felt Aeneas's gaze upon me, a mix of desperation and unwavering faith. "I remember the hollow laughter of the gods," he murmured, breaking the silence that hung between us like a spectre. "I remember the faces of the fallen, their screams echoing in my dreams." A haunting weight filled the room as he spoke. The gods were fickle, their whims guiding the fates of men like marionettes. I had crafted countless armors, but none held the magic to shield the heart from the cruel hand of fortune. "Hope is a fragile thing," I replied, my voice heavy with the burden of wisdom and weariness. "But it is all we have. We forge our paths in fire and ash, and perhaps, just perhaps, we can mold them into something beautiful." With every swing of the hammer, the clang reverberated through the very bones of the earth. I poured my soul into the metal, each strike igniting a spark of something deeper, something that transcended mere craftsmanship. The blade took shape, glimmering under the glow of the forge, a beacon of defiance against the coming storm. Yet, even as I labored, shadows loomed on the edges of my thoughts. The ghosts of the past, the betrayals I had suffered, whispered taunts that sent chills down my spine. Would this blade be a savior or a harbinger of doom? I could feel the weight of history pressing down like a leaden shroud. And then there was Dido, the queen of Carthage. I could almost hear her laughter, a melody tinged with sorrow. Her love for Aeneas had been a flame, fierce and consuming, yet now it flickered dangerously close to extinction. He had fled her heart, leaving behind ashes where once there had been warmth. I couldn't shake the feeling that my creation would only serve to deepen the wounds of a heart already shattered. "Where do you go?" Her voice echoed in my mind, a haunting cry that tugged at the strings of my heart. I had witnessed the depths of her despair, her fierce love turned bitter as the gods played their cruel game. In a world where loyalty is as fleeting as a sigh, could we ever forge something that lasts? "Dido," Aeneas said, the name falling heavy on his lips like a death knell. I could see the tempest brewing within him, a maelstrom of regret and yearning. I cannot stay. Destiny calls, and I am but a pawn. I paused in my work, the hammer suspended in mid-air, and in that moment, the air thickened with unspoken words and unresolved emotions. Do you not see? I said, my voice barely above a whisper. You cannot escape the chains of your own heart. Dido will follow you into the darkness. You owe her more than this silence. His eyes flickered with pain, a brief crack in the armor he wore to shield himself from the chaos of emotion. And what would you have me do? Turn back? Face the ghosts of my past. I set the blade down, feeling its weight like a promise and a curse all at once. Sometimes, facing our ghosts is the only way to forge a new path. But it is your choice. The flames of your decisions will light your way. Light the way for others. And then, with a final, echoing clang, the blade was complete, a gleaming testament to the turmoil that had unfolded within the confines of this forge. It shimmered with a beauty that belied the chaos from which it was born, a reflection of the tangled fates that wove through the hearts of gods and men alike. The moment hung heavy, a precarious balance between hope and despair, destiny and choice. I saw Aeneas's resolve harden, the flicker of defiance igniting in his eyes. As he reached for the blade, I knew that this was not merely a weapon, it was a choice, a commitment to face the chaos of a world that would never bend to his will. And yet, within that choice lay the potential for redemption, the promise of love, and the specter of heartbreak. In that moment, we were all bound together, a tapestry of grief and perseverance, lost souls searching for meaning in a world of flames and shadows. The forge crackled around us, a living entity, alive with the pulse of creation and destruction, the heart of the cosmos turning in its endless dance. As he took the blade, the air grew thick with the weight of what was yet to come. I could feel the world teetering on the brink, the impending clash of destinies looming like a thundercloud ready to unleash its fury. I had given him a weapon, yes, but more than that, I had ignited a spark. And as the door swung shut behind him, a gust of cool air swept through the forge, leaving me alone with my thoughts, the ghosts of the past swirling in the darkness, whispering their chilling secrets. I turned back to the anvil, my heart a forge of its own, knowing that in the end, we are all just echoes of the choices we make, forever intertwined in the relentless cycle of love and loss, fire and ash. A fire crackled in the dark, its glow flickering against the damp stone walls, casting shadows that danced like specters of lost souls. The air was thick with the scent of molten metal, a metallic perfume that stung the nostrils and whispered promises of creation. I stood alone in the workshop of Hephaestus, the god of forge and fire, but even gods were not immune to the price of their gifts. The anvil sat silent, but the weight of unspoken words pressed heavily on my chest. I remember the first time I felt the sting of betrayal, the sharpness of it slicing through my heart like a blacksmith's hammer on hot iron. It was like being thrust into a cauldron of boiling emotions, each bubble a memory, each pop a wound reopened. The world twisted and turned as the stories of Hephaestus transformed across cultures, each retelling more poignant than the last. There, in that sacred space of creation, I stood at the crossroads of despair and hope. "Where are you?" I whispered into the shadows, my voice barely a murmur over the crackle of the flames. My gaze swept across the room, landing on the elaborate sculptures, the golden chains that held Prometheus, the intricate shield of Achilles, each piece a testament to his mastery and pain. They seemed to breathe, to pulse with life, yet they were mere reflections of his inner turmoil. Hephaestus had forged beauty from agony, but at what cost? I watched as the shadows morphed into figures, he and his mother, Hera, her face twisted in disdain, casting him from Olympus, her voice echoing in my mind. "You are flawed. You are nothing." The pain in his heart, I understood, it was the same ache that gnawed at my core, the feeling of being an outsider in a world that prized perfection. I remembered my own mother's voice, unyielding in her judgment, branding me with the same scarlet letter, failure. The air shifted, electric with tension, and suddenly, I was not alone. A figure stepped out from the ethereal shadows, tall and imposing, yet wrapped in vulnerability. Hephaestus, with soot-streaked skin and a beard like molten gold, his eyes smoldering with a fire that rivaled the forge itself. But there was sorrow etched on his brow, a burden heavier than any hammer he wielded. They see me as the craftsman, the creator, he murmured, his voice low and rough, like gravel underfoot. But inside, I am a broken man. Why do you create? I dared to ask, my voice trembling as if breaking the silence might shatter the very fabric of his existence. Is it to prove them wrong? He looked away, toward the flames, and for a moment, I caught a glimpse of his soul, a chaotic swirl of rage and longing. I thought if I could create beauty, perhaps I could forge acceptance, a place among the gods. But all I find is isolation. The heat of his words washed over me, igniting my own buried feelings. And then there was Louisa, a fierce spirit with eyes like storm clouds, standing on the edge of despair. She had come searching for truth, a seeker of lost knowledge, fueled by the desire to understand the many forms Hephaestus had taken in the myths of humanity. He is not just a god, he is a reflection of our own struggles, she spat, anger igniting her voice. He is the awkwardness in all of us, the unlovable part we hide. As she spoke, I could see the shame etched into her features, the cracks in her resolve. She had loved and lost, a poignant reminder that even the strongest hearts are made fragile by the weight of expectations. I thought I could save him, she confessed, eyes glistening with unshed tears. But I can barely save myself. I stepped closer, feeling the heat rising between us, the shared burden of our imperfections binding us together in this moment. We are all broken in some way, I said, the words spilling out before I could stop them. Hephaestus teaches us that our flaws can become our greatest strength. We may be cast aside, but we can still create beauty from the ashes. The flames danced higher, as if they were alive, responding to our pain, our connection. Louisa turned to me, her expression softening. What if we embraced the chaos instead of running from it? What if we accepted ourselves as we are? My heart raced as I contemplated her words. The very essence of Hephaestus was transformation. He had turned his pain into art, his rejection into resilience. In that moment, I saw a glimmer of hope, a pathway through the darkness. In every culture, Hephaestus is reborn, reshaped by the stories we tell. Maybe in understanding him, we can understand ourselves. And then the shadows deepened, swirling into a maelstrom of despair and anger. My pulse quickened as I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, the echoes of ancient civilizations whispering secrets that would not be silenced. We were all trapped in this cycle of creation and destruction, of acceptance and rejection, like the flames that flickered in the hearth. Hephaestus began to fade, slipping back into the shadows, but I could feel his presence lingering, powerful and haunting. Do not forget my story, he breathed, a ghostly echo. The truth is not in perfection, but in the struggle to rise from the ashes. And just like that, the moment shifted, vast and expansive, stretching into eternity, leaving us grasping for clarity in a world that felt unbearably chaotic. The air thickened with unspoken words, a tapestry of emotions woven thickly around us. I stood on the precipice of understanding, yet uncertainty loomed like a dark cloud, heavy with promise and dread. Louisa's hand gripped mine tightly, grounding me amidst the storm. Whatever we create, we must create it together, she said, her voice fierce and unwavering. The flames roared in agreement, illuminating the depths of our shared despair and longing. I felt the world shift beneath my feet, time slipping through the cracks like molten metal, bending and reshaping the very essence of our beings. I remembered the weight of expectation, the shadows of isolation, the spark of connection. In that moment, I understood, Hephaestus was not merely a god of fire and forge, he was the embodiment of every struggle, every heartache, every triumph. Our stories were interwoven, a continuous loop of transformation that would never truly end. And as the fire crackled, I felt the warmth of possibility rise within me. The clock ticked loudly in the silence, a reminder that time was fleeting, and yet, somehow, we were eternal, forever bound by the flames of our existence. The flames danced in the heart of the temple, flickering shadows that played on the stone walls like whispers of long-dead artisans, their spirits forever woven into the very fabric of the place. Smoke coiled upwards, heavy with the sharp scent of molten metal and burnt offerings, wrapping around us like a shroud. I stood there, heart hammering, the weight of 1,000 dreams and fears pressing down on my chest. The altar loomed before me, an altar carved not just from marble, but from the blood, sweat, and tears of those who revered the god of fire and forge, Hephaestus. Do you feel it? Ilara's voice sliced through the smoky air, trembling with urgency. Her eyes flickered, reflecting the fire's glow, but there was more than just light in them. There was desperation. We can't let him go. Not like this. I wanted to scream, to shake her and make her see the truth that was so blinding, it burned. The bond we had forged in the dark corners of this sacred space felt like it was fraying. He's already lost, I whispered back, my words ragged, each syllable tasting of ash and despair. We need to let it go. The temple trembled as if in response, the very stones echoing our inner turmoil. I could hear the distant clang of metal, the rhythmic heartbeat of a hammer striking an anvil, reverberating through the air, a reminder of what Hephaestus had been, and what we risked losing. Do you remember, ours? Ilara's voice dropped to a near-silent murmur, her breath hitching. When we stole the offerings. The laughter, the thrill of it. It was alive then. The worship, it meant something. I did remember. I remembered every clumsy heist under the cloak of night, every secret grin shared between us as we slipped away with offerings meant for a deity, our hearts pounding like the forge's fire. But those memories felt like ghosts now, haunting shadows of a time when hope clung to us like the smoke that curled around our fingers, a faded echo of laughter in this temple-turned graveyard. The air grew thick with tension, a palpable pulse that quickened with each passing heartbeat, as if the temple itself was alive and aware of our fading connection. Outside, the night stretched endlessly over the city, stars flickered like eyes watching our every move. I can't bear it, ours, Ilara continued, her voice cracking. Hephaestus was our savior. Do you not feel the weight of his absence in every swing of the hammer? In every spark that dies too soon? Her words clawed at me, but I felt the truth in my bones. The gods were fickle, and our devotion had been a dance with shadows. You're romanticizing a ghost, I said, my own voice barely a whisper, heavy with doubt. He's not coming back for us. We're just stories now. As if summoned by our despair, a flicker in the flames caught my eye, a silhouette taking shape, a figure wrought from fire and sorrow. Hephaestus, or what remained of him, stood there, eyes dimmed but piercing, a statue of agony frozen in time. The heat enveloped me, a suffocating embrace of flame and sorrow. Ilara, I said, my voice trembling. Look. But she wouldn't see. She couldn't. The past had become her sanctuary, each memory a brick in the wall she had built around her heart. No, she said, shaking her head violently, defiance and grief warring within her. He's still here. We can bring him back. A shudder ran through me, electric and terrifying. How? By lighting more candles? By spilling our blood on this altar until it runs red. The bitterness in my voice tasted like bile. He's a god, Ilara. He doesn't need us. Maybe he does, she shot back, eyes wild with insanity, resolve hardening like iron in a forge. Maybe he's waiting for us to believe again. And in that moment, everything shifted, the world around us narrowing until it was just us and that flickering figure. I felt the weight of her words, heavy like iron on my chest, yet they resonated with a painful longing, a yearning for a time when faith was simple and love was endless. I remember, I breathed, almost to myself. I remember standing under the stars, feeling invincible, an artist, a thief, a believer. The symbols of our past flickered in the flames, an anvil, a hammer, a broken heart pieced together with hope. We can still be those people, Ilara whispered, a spark igniting in her eyes. If we make one last offering, if we pour our souls into this, I could see the wheels turning in her mind, the fragile threads of hope she clung to. The rituals, the prayers, the desperate measures we had dismissed, they all came rushing back, a flood of memories and possibilities. Ilara took a step closer to the altar, determination radiating from her, and I felt the pull of her conviction, dragging me along like a moth to the flame. Together, she said, voice steady now, as if the uncertainty had been burned away. We can bring him back. We have to believe. The heat from the flames intensified, wrapping around us both, igniting an urgency that felt both thrilling and terrifying. The shadows danced wildly, and for the first time in a long time, I felt the flicker of something long believed lost, hope. But beneath that hope lay a whisper of fear, the realization that to call upon a god was to awaken something ancient, something that could consume us whole. And as I met Ilara's gaze, I knew we stood on the precipice of something monumental, a ritual that could either resurrect the divine or plunge us into despair. The air crackled with tension, and my heart raced at the thought. I remembered the stories, the legends of those who reached for gods, only to be scorched in their grasp. I remembered the price of devotion, the toil of the forge. What if we lose ourselves? I asked, the words escaping before I could hold them back. Her smile was fierce, a candle flame in the dark. Then we'll lose ourselves together. And as the flickering light enveloped us, the temple quaked, the air charged with energy, our breaths mingling in the haze. The worship of Hephaestus was no longer a mere act of remembrance, it had become our desperate plea, our last grasp at salvation. The fire roared, and in its heart, I saw the flicker of a possibility, shimmering like hope on the horizon, tantalizing and terrifying. We dared to reach for it. The air crackled with anticipation, the scent of smoke and ash hung heavy like a shroud, and I could hear the distant clamor of drums pulsing like a heart desperate for life. Shadows danced against the flickering flames, twisting into grotesque forms that mocked the very essence of existence. It was the festival of Hephaestus, but this year, the celebration felt like a funeral. I remember the moment vividly, the flames leaping higher, the firelight catching the terrified eyes of my sister, Callista. The festival was supposed to be a joyous occasion, a tribute to the god who forged the world from chaos, but tonight, all that surrounded us was chaos incarnate. Callista's face was pale, her knuckles white as she gripped my arm, a silent plea carved in her expression. If only, she whispered, but the words hung between us, unspoken realities of regrets and fears that threatened to consume us. Look, I said, gesturing to the altar. In the flickering light, I could see the sacrifices laid bare, a goat, a pig, their eyes wide with the horror of their fate. A chill climbed my spine. Was this how we honored the god of fire? By spilling blood on his altar, feeding his insatiable hunger? The drums thudded louder, a tribal beat that pulsed in time with my heart, echoing the rise and fall of desperation. Behind us, the crowd swelled, their faces eager and hungry, hollering for the spectacle, oblivious to the darkness creeping in. I spotted Lysander, my childhood friend, eyes gleaming with fervor, a wild grin plastered on his face. He'd always been drawn to the flames, to the chaos, the embodiment of Hephaestus himself, restless and eager to unleash the forge of creation. But tonight, there was a frenzied light in his gaze, a warning cloaked in exhilaration. Can you feel it? He shouted over the din. Can you feel the power? The fire is alive. But the fire was not alive, not in the way he thought. It was a beast, a predator lurking in the shadows, hungry for souls. I could sense it, the way it whispered in the back of my mind, urging me to join the frenzy, to dance into the flames. This is wrong, I muttered, glancing back at Callista, whose eyes were now wide with horror. We shouldn't be here. Then where will we go? She countered, her voice barely audible over the rising roar of the crowd. They'll find us if we leave. We're trapped, brother. I hated that she was right. The festival was a cage disguised as a celebration, and the unseen chains wrapped tighter with every heartbeat. The shadows grew longer, twisting and writhing, and I could almost hear them whisper, "Join us. Surrender to the flames." As the sun dipped below the horizon, a crimson sky heralded the arrival of dusk. The first sparks flew, a shower of embers spiraling upward, swirling like a flock of lost souls seeking freedom from their earthly bonds. I shivered, a cold dread settling in my bones. I remembered the tales, how Hephaestus had crafted wonders but was always shunned, always left out in the cold. I remembered the stories of how he took vengeance on those who wronged him, fire raining down like wrath from the heavens. Would he come for us tonight? Lysander! I shouted, fighting my way through the throng, desperation clawing at my throat. We need to leave, now. But my voice was swallowed by the frenzy, a mere whisper in a cacophony of madness. I caught a glimpse of him, lost in the rhythm of the flames, the fire licking at his fingertips as he reached out, intoxicated by the blaze. You're lost. I screamed, but he only laughed, a manic sound that sent chills through me. Lost? I am found, he roared, spinning in a whirl of ecstatic madness, the fire illuminating his face, a face twisted by euphoria and mania. This is what we were meant for. To become one with the flames. And then it happened, a shift in the air, a crackle of energy that made the hair on my arms stand on end. The dance of fire grew wild, and with it, the crowd's frenzy escalated. A snap echoed through the air, and suddenly, the flames erupted, a monstrous wave of heat crashing into the onlookers. I felt the heat sear my skin, hear the screams cut through the night like knives. Callista's hand was still clasped in mine, and I pulled her close, my heart racing. We have to get out. I breathed, my voice breaking. But she stood frozen, eyes wide, as though entranced by the chaos unfolding around us. It's beautiful, she whispered, and I felt the tug of the fire pulling at her, wrapping around her like a lover's embrace. Callista! The panic rose in my chest, a tidal wave of fear crashing over me. Please? Then, in a moment that felt like an eternity, everything changed. The flames twisted into a monstrous figure, a visage of Hephaestus himself, forged from light and fury. I staggered back, horror unraveling in my chest. The god was alive, and he was angry. The crowd roared, their cries mingling with the crackling fire, and I watched as they leaped toward him, drawn like moths to a flame, oblivious to their doom. No! I cried, and the word echoed in my mind, a mantra of desperation. I felt the heat licking at my feet, the shadows clawing at my sanity. I turned to Callista, her face radiant in the light, and I wanted to scream, to shake her from this stupor. We need to leave. But even as I pulled her, the world shifted, and the flames erupted one last time, a brilliant explosion of light and darkness, drowning everything in chaos. Callista's grip slipped from mine, and I could only watch as she was consumed, her laughter mingling with the fire, a haunting melody that would echo in my nightmares until the end of time. In that moment, I was alone, lost in the madness of the festival, surrounded by shadows and flames, the ghost of a sister who had danced far too close to the fire. The god of fire raged before me, a dark humor lurking in his fiery gaze, and I was left standing amidst the wreckage of dreams, where every heartbeat reminded me of the cost of worshipping at the altar of chaos. This festival would never end. It would linger long after the flames died down, a memory etched in the marrow of my bones, a reminder that sometimes, in the pursuit of wonder, we summon our greatest nightmares. The forge roared, a cacophony of fire and fury, each spark a heartbeat echoing in the cavernous darkness. Hephaestus stood at the anvil, sweat slicking his brow, muscles coiling and uncoiling as he hammered the iron, each strike a desperate plea for purpose. The air crackled with tension, a thick, hot humidity that wrapped around him like a suffocating shroud. He could feel the weight of the gods' disdain, their whispers like ghosts creeping through the shadows, taunting him. He cannot create, he merely repairs, they sneered, their laughter a chilling wind that snaked through the caverns of his mind. Across the chasm of his heart, Aphrodite danced with those whispers, her laughter a siren call, beautiful and haunting. She was a flicker of light, a fleeting dream that he could never seem to catch. He remembered the warmth of her skin, the way she glided through crowds like a wisp of smoke, effortlessly drawing admiration. He remembered the moment he thought he could hold a piece of her, a moment that felt more like a cruel mirage than reality. She loved another, a warrior whose charm was effortless, whose beauty was blinding. The contrast was stark, and Hephaestus, the master of creation, felt like a broken toy, discarded in favor of something brighter, something less flawed. The clang of his hammer echoed like a funeral dirge, each reverberation a reminder of his isolation. I am more than a tool, he whispered to the flames, the only audience to his sorrow. They leaped higher, flickering in response, and for a moment, he thought he saw a glimmer of understanding there, within the fire's embrace. But it was fleeting. The shadows were heavy with secrets, and amidst the turmoil, another deity loomed, a figure carved from jealousy. Ars, the god of war, stood at the edge of the forge, his presence a dark thundercloud. His armor glinted, a reflection of the chaos he thrived on, and the air around him crackled with the tension of rivalry. You think you can keep her, he spat, the words laced with venom, his eyes blazing like molten iron. You think your little trinkets can capture her heart? Each word was a knife, twisting deeper, and Hephaestus felt the fire within him flare, not out of anger but from the raw, pulsing ache of rejection. I am not her keeper, he said, voice low yet steady, the forge roaring behind him. I am not a pawn in your game. But Ars laughed, a sound like shattering glass. You're a fool, Hephaestus. She craves chaos, not your cold, lifeless creations. You think your fire can burn bright enough to match the storm I bring. Each word was a bullet, sharp and biting, tearing at the fragile fabric of Hephaestus's hope, his need for recognition, for love, for belonging. The forge seemed to tremble at their confrontation, the flames flickering ominously, as if sensing the fragile balance of emotion spilling over. Hephaestus clenched his fists, the iron biting into his palms, a welcome pain amidst the turmoil swirling in his chest. What was this but a battle of broken hearts? What was this rivalry but a reflection of their own insecurities? In that moment, he saw the truth, not just in Ars' eyes, which burned with the heat of battle, but in his own heart, where despair and determination waged war. He understood the depth of rivalry, the craving for dominance that pulsed through Ars like a living, breathing thing. It mirrored his own desperation to be seen, to be loved, to be enough. Aphrodite floated into the scene, her presence a sunbeam slicing through storm clouds. Stop, she cried, her voice a melody that wrapped around them, soothing yet fierce. It was a call to arms, a desperate plea to end the chaos. This isn't the way. You both mean so much to me. But the words hung heavy in the air, a fragile bridge between two raging hearts, and Hephaestus could feel the cracks widening. He wanted to scream, to shake her, to make her see that he was more than the shadows that clung to his soul. You think I don't know my place, he thundered, the forge erupting in a shower of sparks behind him. You think I don't feel your weight on my shoulders, Aphrodite? The tension crackled like the fire around them, raw and electric, and for a moment, all three were suspended in a web of emotion, tangled and twisted. The air was thick with unspoken words, unshed tears, and aching dreams that refused to die. Hephaestus's heart hammered in his chest, a drumbeat of unresolved conflict, and beneath it all, a flicker of hope, faint, fragile, and desperately clinging to life. Aphrodite stepped closer, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, a prism of emotion swirling within them. I never wanted to hurt you, she said, her voice trembling, each syllable a confession. But love is a chaotic fire, and sometimes it burns too bright, too hot. In that moment, Hephaestus understood. The rivalry was not just between gods but a reflection of their own human hearts, each yearning for something unattainable. The forge continued to roar, a relentless reminder of the turmoil within, but he felt a shift, a breath of something new rising within him, a determination sparked by love and jealousy alike. As shadows flickered and danced around them, each heartbeat became a clock ticking down to a confrontation that felt inevitable, raw, and breathtaking. Something had to break, something had to shift in this cosmic play of jealousy and desire. The air was thick with unspoken words, emotion spilling over the edges of their carefully crafted facades. He could feel it, the weight of everything pushing him toward a climax, a moment where all would be revealed. And in that charged silence, before the storm, before the inevitable clash of desires and destinies, Hephaestus realized he had a choice. He could break, or he could forge something anew. The fire roared behind him, a promise and a curse, and as he locked eyes with Ars, as Aphrodite's silhouette shimmered in the flickering light, he knew the confrontation was not just a battle for love but a fight for the very essence of who he was, a creator amidst the chaos, a heart beating against the odds. Time stretched like molten metal, every tick of the clock echoing their heartbeats, and as he raised the hammer once more, he understood that the true battle was inside. An emotional war, raw and unfiltered, that would define them all. Would they rise together or fall apart? The forge held its breath, and so did he, ready to shape destiny in the fire's embrace, ready for the next wave of emotion that would come crashing down. The hammer fell, once, twice, a third time, the clang echoing like thunder through the silent night. Each strike vibrated in my bones, resonating with a raw urgency, as if the world itself trembled beneath the weight of unsaid words and unbroken promises. I stood there, frozen, the shadows of the forge dancing widely around me, casting grotesque shapes on the walls. The air was thick, a palpable tension, a mixture of iron dust and the scent of sweat. This was the crucible of our lives, where dreams were shaped and shattered, where hope flickered like a dying ember. Duncan, the blacksmith, stood over the anvil, muscles taut and glistening, his brow furrowed in fierce concentration. He was the hammer, relentless, powerful, but burdened by the weight of expectation. I could see it in the way his hands trembled slightly as he lifted the hammer for another strike. Each blow was an echo of his own despair, a desperate attempt to forge something out of the chaos that surrounded us. Behind those dark, stormy eyes lay a tempest, memories of a family torn apart, of laughter turned to ash. I watched him, heart pounding, wondering if he even realized he was crafting more than just metal. Duncan! My voice was a whisper, yet it sliced through the air with an urgency that startled even me. You can't keep doing this. I stepped closer, my hand shaking, the urgency of my own heartache pressing against my chest. The light from the forge flickered, illuminating the deep lines etched into his face, lines carved by grief and regret, like scars from an unhealed wound. He paused, the hammer hovering mid-air, and I saw a flicker of vulnerability cross his features, a crack in the armor he wore so bravely. What else is there to do, Kalin? His voice was raw, gravelly, as if the weight of his burdens filled his throat with stones. The world out there is unforgiving. If I stop hammering, I might forget how to breathe. I felt the ache swell inside me, for I, too, was trapped under the crushing weight of expectations. I was the anvil, steady but battered, supporting the relentless blows of a life that seemed determined to shape us both into something unrecognizable. I had my own ghosts haunting me, whispers of dreams deferred, love lost in the shadows of ambition. We were tethered together, two broken souls in a world that demanded perfection, yet offered no solace. Sometimes, I wish I could just shatter, I admitted, the words spilling from my lips like molten metal. Let the pieces scatter into the night, free from this burden. A laugh escaped me, brittle and hollow, the absurdity of it all clawing at my throat. But hey, at least I wouldn't have to worry about bathing once a year, right? Duncan's laughter was a sharp crack, cutting through the tension, a momentary reprieve. Oh, please, he scoffed, the corners of his mouth lifting just slightly. They didn't call it romance in the medieval times for nothing. Who wouldn't want a partner who's earthy? But as quickly as the smile appeared, it flickered and died, replaced by that familiar storm cloud. He turned back to the anvil, the hammer coming down with renewed ferocity, reverberating through the forge, through my heart, a plea, a war cry, I can't let it end like this. Each strike became a question, a challenge. What does it mean to be forged? What does it mean to endure? In the corner, a soft rustle caught my ear, Mara, our friend, a wisp of a girl with a wild mane of hair and fire in her spirit. I could see her through the haze, her eyes wide, filled with something fierce and unyielding. Was it fear or determination? She stood there, watching us, caught between the hammer and the anvil, the embodiment of our crushed hopes. You both need to stop, she said, the urgency in her voice sharp as the metal we shaped. You're losing yourselves in this endless cycle. The world isn't just about labor and loss. Her words hung in the air, heavy and electric, yet they shifted something within me. I felt the weight of the anvil shift just a fraction, a glimmer of light breaking through the shadows. What if, I ventured, the thought tumbling forth, we let ourselves break? What if we embraced the chaos instead of fighting it? The question lingered, a fragile thing, hovering above the forge like a whisper from the stars. Duncan's hammer halted mid-air, his breath caught. And then what? He asked, voice low and trembling, the weight of his anguish crackling between us like the forge's flame. You think we could just shatter and be reborn? Why not? I answered, surprised by my own conviction. What if the pieces we scatter become something new, something beautiful in their own right? My heart raced, beats echoing against the walls like those relentless strikes on the anvil, the words spilling forth like molten metal. What if we stop trying so hard to be forged into something we're not? Mara's gaze flickered with something close to hope, a spark of recognition. You're both so afraid of losing yourselves, but maybe you're already lost. Her voice was softer now, like a gentle breeze through the flames. Maybe it's time to embrace the fire. And there it was, the moment of truth hung suspended in the air, heavy and electric, as the forge pulsed with a life of its own. The hammer and anvil, the two forces of our existence, stood at a precipice, balanced on the edge of destruction and creation. A decision lingered in the air, vibrating in the silence, a choice that felt as vast as the cosmos, a chance to break free from the shackles of expectation, to rise from the ashes of despair. The forge roared around us, the heat enveloping, the shadows swirling, and somewhere, deep within, I felt a crack begin to form. A fissure in the relentless cycle of pain and duty. It was terrifying and exhilarating, a dance on the edge of oblivion. And just as I opened my mouth to speak again, to summon the courage to say the words that might change everything, the hammer fell once more, striking the anvil with an intensity that echoed through my very soul. In that moment, I knew, whatever came next would either forge us anew or shatter us completely. But perhaps, in that beautiful, chaotic uncertainty lay the essence of life itself. And so, we stood, lost, found, and unyielding, beneath the glow of the forge, ready to face whatever shadows awaited in the dark. The forge blazed like the heart of a dying star, molten metal swirling with furious energy, whispering secrets of creation as sparks danced and hissed in the heated air. I stood there, the scent of burning coal thick in my lungs, mesmerized by the sight of Hephaestus, the master craftsman of the gods, a titan of creativity and torment, hammering away at a piece of work that transcended mere existence. Each strike of his hammer felt like a thunderbolt, echoing through the chambers of my heart, reverberating with the weight of his pain and brilliance. Is it truly worth it? I dared to ask, my voice cracking like dry earth beneath a relentless summer sun. The god paused, sweat pooling on his brow, and for a heartbeat, I glimpsed the shadows of his struggles etched into his fiery visage. He was a man caught between worlds, one of divine glory and the other of bitter solitude, forever defined by his own flaws. I remember, he replied, his voice a low rumble, the first time I shaped bronze. How it glistened like the stars in the night sky, yet burned my fingers like every lover I ever lost. His words wrapped around me, a blanket of sorrow that weighed me down. I, too, carried my burdens, Tilara, a passionate artist consumed by the desire to create, yet shackled by doubt that clung to her like a second skin. I watched her from the shadows, her hands trembling as she clutched her paintbrush, a warrior poised at the brink of battle. Just a stroke, Ilara, I whispered into the void, but the silence screamed back, taunting us with its emptiness. Just one more moment, one more chance to make the world see. But the canvas remained blank, an abyss swallowing her hopes whole. She was a reflection of Hephaestus, a flawed creator, and with every failed attempt, I felt the weight of her despair crush the air from my lungs. The truth was crystalline and brutal, the desire to create often danced hand in hand with the anguish of failure. And then there was Theo, the sculptor, a man forged from the same metal as the very statues he chiseled from stone. His heart was a battlefield, a clash of ambition and fear. I watched him carve away at the marble, each chip echoing a memory of loss, each fragment a reminder of the love he had long lost. "What do you want, Theo?" I implored, desperate for him to let the world in. He paused, his chisel poised over the stone, eyes glazed with the weight of his own ghosts. "I want to be remembered," he admitted, his voice trembling like the last leaf clinging to a winter branch. "But what if my art bears the marks of my own inadequacies?" "Then let it," I urged, my heart racing. "Let that be your truth. Let the world see your scars." But he merely shook his head, turning back to the stone, refusing to confront the beautiful chaos of vulnerability that lay within him. As the hours passed, the forge heat wrapped around us like a noose, suffocating yet intoxicating, a reminder of our desires and our fears entwined. Ilara, her eyes wide with longing, finally dipped her brush into the paint, the vibrant colors spilling forth like the gushing of a long-dammed river, chaotic yet breathtaking. "See?" I breathed, my own heart pounding in time with hers, each stroke carving away at her hesitations. "That is life. That is art." But even as she painted, I could sense the ghost of doubt lurking, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. "Will it ever be enough?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. "Maybe," I replied, "but its power lies in its imperfection. Look at Hephaestus, he creates from pain, and yet it is his very anguish that breathes life into his creations. In that moment, I felt the walls closing in, the air thick with possibility and dread. The forge seemed to pulse with an ancient rhythm, the heartbeat of the cosmos, as if the gods themselves had turned their gaze upon us. Hephaestus, lost in his trance, had become a vessel of creation, and I felt Ilara's tension transform into a fervor, a wild dance of colors flowing from her brush. Each stroke felt like a prayer, an invocation of spirits long forgotten, as she brought forth images of gods and mortals entangled in their struggles, shadows of their souls flickering like candlelight in the darkest of nights. The air crackled with energy, but Theo remained ensnared by his own fears, the stone before him an unforgiving mirror. What if I fail? He challenged, the weight of his uncertainty crashing over him like the tide. Then you fail, I shouted, the intensity of my emotions bubbling over. But it's better to fail than to never try, to let the world's judgment rob you of your voice. In that moment, the forge roared to life, the flames licking hungrily at the cool air, and Hephaestus, a titan bound by chains of his own making, turned to us. Art is born from suffering, he declared, his voice a thunderclap that echoed through the shadows. It is a testament to perseverance, a dance with the deepest sorrows of the heart. Create, despite the pain. Create because of it. I held my breath, the truth of his words sinking deep into my bones. In that crucible of creation, I felt the weight of our collective struggles, the shared agony of existence binding us together like iron in the forge. We were all creators, all flawed, stumbling through the darkness in search of light. Ilara laughed, a sound that sliced through the tension like a lightning bolt illuminating the night sky. Then I shall bleed color, she declared, her spirit ignited, each brushstroke a rebellion against the silence. I watched as she transformed her canvas, and in that moment, she became both artist and art, a symphony of emotion laid bare for all to witness. Theo, inspired by her fervor, finally swung his chisel against the stone, his own heart aflame with the need to express. Together, we stood at the edge of a new reality, the tapestry of our lives woven together by the hands of a god of fire and passion. The forge echoed with our laughter and our cries, a cacophony that pierced the stillness of the night. And as the flames flickered, illuminating the remnants of our fears, I knew that the journey of creation was eternal, an endless cycle marked by the heartbeats of those who dared to dream and to love. I could feel the shadows retreating, the weight lifting, leaving only the promise of new beginnings in their wake. In the end, it was never about Hephaestus alone, but about us, the flawed creatures who dared to wield the hammer and the brush, who embraced the chaos of existence and carved our stories into the fabric of time. We were all sculptors of our own destinies, and as the embers glowed and the canvas filled, I realized, this was only the beginning. In the dim light of a forgotten workshop, shadows flicker like the ghosts of failures past. The air is thick with the scent of molten metal and the sharp bite of smoke, it burns the throat and reminds you of the fire that never sleeps. There he stands, Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths, hunched over his anvil, a figure of beauty marred by the weight of his own creation. His hands, once deft and proud, now tremble slightly as he hammers down, each strike resonating like a heartbeat echoing through the silence of his loneliness. A woman's voice cuts through the haze, sharp as the edge of a blade. You think you can forge love from iron? She stands in the doorway, her silhouette framed by the flickering flames. Aphrodite, the very essence of allure, a cruel reminder of what he cannot grasp. You're broken, Hephaestus. You can't create a heart that beats. I remember the way she looked at him, curiosity and pity entwined like vines around a decaying statue. The way he flinched beneath her gaze, as if her eyes were daggers, piercing through the layers of his soul. He turns, the weight of his hammer like a shackle on his wrist, his heart a furnace that cannot be quenched. Love is a forge, he murmurs, voice thick with desperation. I can temper it, shape it. I just need the right material. A laugh, bitter as ashes escaping a fire. But what do you know of love? You've only ever made things. Her words dance in the air, twisting cruelly around him. You can't build something you've never felt. Hephaestus's eyes darken, a storm brewing beneath the surface. You can't know what I feel. You've never been here, among the shadows. And there lies the heart of the matter, the eternal conflict of creation and connection, of desire and disillusionment. He pounds the metal harder, each strike a plea for validation, a desperate hope that perhaps, beneath the soot and grime, there is still a spark worth igniting. The scene shifts, and suddenly we're in a grand hall, light spilling through stained glass, illuminating the faces of gods and mortals alike. The laughter, the chatter, the clinking of goblets, all of it a haunting symphony to his ears. He stands in the corner, a forgotten spectre, watching as they celebrate love and beauty, the flames of their joy licking at his heart, scorching. I remember the way his heart ached, a heavy stone lodged in his chest. Even among them, he felt like a ghost, invisible yet piercing. It was a masquerade, and he, the artisan of dreams, was left uninvited. Dance, Hephaestus, one of the gods calls, laughter spilling like wine. Join us in our revelry. But all Hephaestus can do is stare, trapped in a moment that stretches into eternity. His body is a prison, forged in fire, but his heart screams for freedom. Make me a weapon, a voice interrupts, slicing through his thoughts like a knife. A mortal warrior stands before him, eyes glinting with ambition. Make me invincible. The request lands like a thunderclap, swirling chaos around them. It pulls him from the depths of his melancholia, igniting something fierce within. He looks at the warrior, sees the glint of desperation mirrored in those eyes, an echo of his own. What are you willing to sacrifice? He asks, the weight of the question heavy, laden with the ghosts of those who had come before, their dreams fading like embers in the night. Everything, the warrior breathes, unaware of the enormity of the pact he makes. And in that moment, the air crackles with the electricity of creation and destruction, a dichotomy woven into the very fabric of existence. Hephaestus, the master of forging, the architect of both beauty and ruin, nods, and the workshop comes alive. I remember the sparks flying like shooting stars, igniting the dark corners of his workshop, symbols of hope and despair, intertwined like the fates of the gods themselves. He works feverishly, each swing of the hammer an act of defiance against the gods that cast him aside, and yet, each strike resonates with the grief of a heart that longs for acceptance. But time is a thief, and as the blade takes shape, the shadows dance, whispering secrets. The warrior's resolve falters, wavering under the weight of his desire. What if I am not worthy? He whispers, a ghost of doubt haunting his voice. Then your sacrifice will mean nothing, Hephaestus replies, the words harsh but true, a truth that cuts deeper than any blade he forges. It is a reminder that creation is not just about the physical, it is about the heart. The warrior steps back, uncertain, and in that hesitation lies the crux of their fate. I was not made for this, he admits, regret pooling in his eyes. In a world filled with heroes, he realizes the cost of greatness is steep, and the path is littered with the broken dreams of those who dared to reach too high. Neither was I, Hephaestus responds, his voice a whisper, the weight of shared despair threading between them, a bond born from the depths of suffering. A flicker of understanding passes between them, fragile as the flame that dances just beyond grasp. And just like that, the ground shifts beneath their feet, the clock of fate ticking louder, echoing the heartbeat of a creation that would never fully come to be. I remember the silence that followed, a stillness heavy with unspoken words, where the air thickened with tension, woven from the fabric of dreams and nightmares. The workshop, a sanctuary of fire and metal, had become a crucible of broken hopes and unfulfilled desires. In that moment of shared vulnerability, Hephaestus realizes that his creations, however magnificent, can never fill the void within him. His heart, still aflame with desire, yearns for connection, for a spark that feels real, something beyond iron and gold, a hunger that no forge can satisfy. And as the shadows lengthen and the fire dims, Hephaestus is left standing in the silence, a master of creation, yet forever the outcast, eternally bound to the intensity of his own heart, a fire that may never be extinguished. The story continues, a loop of longing, a dance of creation and abandonment, an unfinished symphony echoing through the ages, each note a reminder of the fragile dance between the gods and the mortals who dare to dream. The hammer clanged against the anvil, a sound that echoed through the dimly lit workshop like the heartbeat of an ancient god. I could smell the metallic tang of iron, thick and suffocating, mingling with the acrid smoke that billowed from the forge. The heat roared around me, wrapping me in a tight embrace, but it was nothing compared to the coldness gripping my heart. I remember the moment vividly. The shadows danced like specters, whispering secrets of craftsmanship and betrayal, as I stood frozen, watching the fire consume the desperate dreams of those who had once believed they could build a legacy worthy of Hephaestus. Lysandra, her hands still raw from years of toil, stood beside me, her face illuminated by the flickering flames. I could see the anguish written across her features, each wrinkle and scar a testament to sacrifices made in the name of creation. The artisan guilds had promised her a future, but now, they were crumbling like ash beneath the weight of their greed. "They don't care about us anymore," she spat, her voice a low growl that crackled with indignation. "It's all about power now. The fire that once fueled our creativity is turning into a wildfire of corruption." I wished I could argue, but the truth gnawed at me like a vulture picking at a carcass. Glancing at the grimy walls, I remembered the tales whispered among the apprentices, the stories of artisans who had poured their souls into their creations, only to find themselves discarded or worse, forgotten. Each face haunted me, a collective memory of despair stitched into the very fabric of our guild. And then there was Joran, lurking in the shadows, a master craftsman with a reputation built on brilliance and betrayal. His eyes glimmered with an unsettling mix of ambition and regret, each glance a reminder of the weight he carried. "You don't understand," he said, stepping forward, the intensity of his gaze piercing me like a blacksmith's iron. "It's the price we pay. To create is to destroy. The world isn't kind to those who dare to dream." My heart raced, caught in the web of his words. I remember thinking how true that was, yet it felt like a betrayal of its own. Joran had sacrificed everything to join the ranks of the elite, leaving behind the very guild that birthed him. "You've sold your soul for a seat at the table," I muttered, the bitterness curling on my tongue. "Better to be a wolf among sheep than a lamb led to slaughter," he shot back, a smile flickering across his lips, but it never reached his eyes. The flames roared higher, casting flickering shadows that danced like phantoms against the walls. They breathed life into our fears and desires, swirling together until they formed a tempest of emotion that threatened to consume us whole. "What have we become?" Lysandra whispered, her voice breaking, her heart laid bare. "Once, we were creators, now, we're merely cogs in their machine." I remember the weight of her words, the gravity of despair pulling us under, deeper into the abyss. We had been artisans once, dreamers, innovators, creators of beauty, but now, we were at the mercy of a system that thrived on our suffering. The guilds we had trusted were now prisons, and our craft felt like a shackle, binding us to an existence we no longer recognized. Then came the night of the reckoning. I could hear the rumbles of thunder in the distance, a storm brewing not just in the skies but in the hearts of those who had been wronged. The guilds had summoned us, their ranks growing thicker with power-hungry officials blinded by ambition. Words flew like daggers across the room, accusations and whispers spiraling into chaos. Anger ignited beneath the surface, a force of nature threatening to erupt. Joran stood tall, his voice a clarion call above the din. "We can reclaim our legacy," he declared, his passion palpable, charging the room with a crackling energy. "Together, we can reshape the very essence of craftsmanship. No more will we be pawns in their game." And for a heartbeat, just one fleeting, intoxicating heartbeat, I felt it, a flicker of hope. But then, doubt seeped in, cold and unforgiving. I remember the faces around me, their eyes burning with ambition, yes, but also with fear. What if we failed? What if our rebellion was crushed like so many dreams before us? The weight of history hung heavy in the air, a reminder that revolutions often ended in blood and ashes. The storm raged on outside, lightning illuminating the faces of the crowd, each flash revealing the desperation that lay beneath our bravado. The guilds were crumbling, but so were we. Lysandra grabbed my arm, her grip fierce, raw with emotion. "We must choose," she breathed, her voice a whisper, almost drowned out by the tempest. "Will we let them extinguish our fire, or will we rise from the ashes?" We stood there, united in our uncertainty, our hearts drumming a frantic rhythm against the chaos surrounding us. Every heartbeat echoed the truth of our existence. We were not just artisans, we were warriors of creation, battling against the looming darkness. In that moment, I remembered the endless nights spent under the stars, the dreams of a world where our craft was cherished, not exploited. I remembered the joy of creation, the spark of inspiration that flowed through our veins. This was our legacy, the legacy of Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, who had sculpted the world with fire and forge, who had breathed life into the inanimate. It was our time to reclaim it. As the storm reached its zenith, the walls of the guild trembled, the very foundation threatening to crack beneath the weight of our resolve. Together, we took a breath, a collective gasp that harmonized our fears and hopes, binding us together in a shared purpose. In the heart of darkness, we found a flicker of light, a reminder that even the most skilled hands could reshape destiny. And so we stood, ready to confront the chaos, prepared to forge our own destiny, even as the shadows loomed large. The fire within us ignited, brighter than the flames that surrounded. We would not be forgotten. We would rise again. The forge blazed like the heart of a dying star, molten metal spilling like lifeblood onto the anvil. Sparks flew, tiny, fiery comets, illuminating the faces of the desperate men gathered there. Their breath came in ragged gasps, the heat wrapping around them like a lover-turned-fiend. In that moment, they were not just craftsmen, they were disciples of a god who demanded sacrifice, the god of forges. I remember the sound, the relentless clang of iron against iron, a symphony of creation and destruction. Each strike reverberated through the air, echoing deep into the soul. It was primal, a heartbeat of the earth itself. The forge was their sanctuary, and yet, it was also a place of twilight terror, a darkened cavern where dreams twisted into nightmares, where ambition could darken the spirit. Joran, with hands calloused and scarred, stood frozen, a hammer dangling loosely at his side. He had chased this dream, this fiery vision of power and immortality, but tonight, the shadows closed in around him, whispering doubts, gnawing at his resolve. "What have I done?" he whispered, the words barely escaping his cracked lips. The forge had birthed wonders, but it was also a grave for those who dared to dream too big, too boldly. Beside him, Ilara worked feverishly, her face a mask of concentration. The sweat glistened on her brow, mingling with soot and grime. She was a woman driven, bending the heat of the forge to her will, yet the weight of her past pressed heavily upon her shoulders. She had come here to escape, to become something more than the sum of her scars, but in the depths of the forge, she faced the specter of her failures. Every whisper of the flames reminded her of the family she had lost, the dreams turned to ash. "I will forge something worthy," she murmured, though the words felt more like a prayer than a promise. And in the shadows loomed Selim, an enigmatic figure, his presence both alluring and terrifying. He was a master of the craft, a sorcerer of fire and steel, but his heart was an enigma wrapped in darkness. He had tasted the intoxicating power of creation, but the price had been steep, his soul, a bargaining chip in a game of gods. "You think you can outrun your ghosts?" he laughed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine. "The forge reveals all. It knows your sins, your desires." As the night deepened, the tension thickened like the air before a storm. Joran's mind raced, visions of glory battling against the whispers of fear. He could see the figures of men who had come before him, those who had sought the power of the forge only to fall like Icarus, wings singed by ambition. I remember the tales, he thought, the stories of those who had shaped history with their hands but had also forged their shackles. I remember the fire consuming them. The forge roared, the flames licking higher, a monstrous beast demanding sacrifice. Ilara glanced at Joran, seeing the turmoil underneath his bravado. "We are not defined by our past," she urged, her voice barely above the din. "We can create something beautiful, something that will last." Deep down, she questioned her own worth, the ghost of her family haunting her like a wraith. But what if beauty is just an illusion, she dared to think. In that moment, Selim stepped closer, his voice a low growl. "Beauty? It's a mirage. The forge is a crucible, only through suffering do we find truth." He gestured towards the glowing metal, molten and alive, a whisper of 1,000 hopes swirling in its depths. "What will you sacrifice, Joran? What will you give to the god of forges?" Joran's heart pounded, a war drum echoing in his chest. Could he lay bare his soul, offer up his very essence for a chance at greatness? He thought of his father, a smith who had poured his life into the anvil, only to be forgotten, reduced to a name in crumbling tomes. I will not be forgotten, he breathed, the fire igniting within him like the forge itself. But what was the cost? The question taunted him, a spectre in the shadows. Ilara caught his gaze, and in that instant, an unspoken understanding passed between them. They were both haunted by the weight of their dreams, shackled by the ghosts of their past. Together, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the roar of the flames. We can rise. We can break the cycle. But Selim's laughter echoed in the night, a chilling reminder that the forge was not a benevolent deity. You think you can rewrite fate? The god of forges treats all equally, with fire, with iron, and with blood. The truth hung heavy in the air, the oppressive weight of inevitability, but hope flickered like a candle in their hearts. With each passing second, the forge loomed larger, its glow consuming the space around them, transforming the shadows into menacing figures. It became a living entity, a vast expanse of molten desires threatening to swallow them whole. Joran, Ilara, and Selim were caught in its thrall, mere puppets dancing on the strings of fate. The air thickened with anticipation. Every heartbeat was a countdown, every breath a prayer. What would happen when they plunged into the inferno, when they surrendered to the god of forges? The answer lay shrouded in the flames, waiting, watching. A deep rumble echoed through the forge, a promise of chaos yet to come. The clock ticked slowly, each second stretching out like an eternity. They stood on the precipice of creation and destruction, their souls entwined in the fiery dance of destiny. And as the forge roared, they stood there, teetering between hope and despair, surrender and defiance. The fire crackled with life, whispers of dreams and fears swirling in the air, wrapping around them like chains. They could no longer tell where the forge ended and they began. What would they become in the crucible of existence? In that moment, the world narrowed down to the forge, a realm of iron, fire, and dark whispers. It beckoned them ever closer, a siren song promising power but demanding everything in return. And as the flames rose higher, they knew their fate was no longer theirs to control. In surrendering to the god of forges, they were about to become something far greater, and far more terrifying, than they had ever imagined. The forge called to them, and in the heat of that moment, they felt time itself unravel, the past coiling around them like smoke, suffocating yet sweet. Their stories would intertwine in the flames, shaping not just their destinies, but the very fabric of existence itself. The dance was just beginning, and the god of forges awaited their first step into the unknown. The forge blazed like the sun, molten metal bubbling and hissing as Hephaestus pounded the glowing iron with a fervor that rattled the very bones of Olympus. Each strike echoed through the cavern, a heartbeat against the backdrop of despair. Sparks danced in the air, wild and chaotic like the thoughts racing through his mind. I remember the heat, the suffocating, raw heat that wrapped around me like a lover's embrace, both intoxicating and suffocating. I remember the shadows lurking, whispering that no creation could ever fill the void left by abandonment. Why don't you just leave it be, whispered a voice, soft yet sharp, a dagger hidden in silk. It was Aphrodite, her brow creased in frustration. Her beauty, once a soothing balm, now cut deeper than any blade. What's the point, Hephaestus? You toil and sweat, and for what? To be cast aside? To become just another piece in her pantheon. Her words hung heavy in the air, wrapping around my heart like a vice. I wanted to scream, to throw down my hammer and let the fires rage free, to unleash a tempest that would consume us all. But my fingers gripped the handle tighter, the steel becoming an extension of my soul. You think I'm making this for her? I spat, voice wavering. This is for me. To prove that I exist. That I can create something beautiful, even if it's not for her. And there lay the truth, naked and raw. I was an artist trapped in a world that saw me as a monster. The forge pulsed with life, but my heart felt the weight of 1,000 unmade dreams. The irony was suffocating. I crafted weapons for gods, yet felt like a prisoner of my own making, shackled by love and loss. Aphrodite stepped closer, her delicate fingers brushing against my arm. I could feel the heat radiating off her skin, a stark contrast to the chill that gripped my heart. You think you can forge your way into her heart like this? Build your worth with every hammer stroke? It won't change what she sees in you. Her betrayal stung, I thought of the time I brought her a golden crown, shining and flawless. Look, I had said, even the gods can wear something I've made. But her eyes had strayed, caught by the radiant beauty of Ars, the god of war, a testament to my own inadequacies. In that moment, I was not just a craftsman, I was a jester, a fool dancing at the edge of a cliff. I remember when I thought beauty was a thing to be made, not born, I murmured, the weight of my voice pulling me deeper into the dark recesses of my memories. The shadows flickered around us, mocking my struggle, reminding me of every failure, every love that slipped through my fingers like grains of sand. Every creation is a reflection of its maker, Aphrodite continued, her voice softening as she looked into the depths of my soul. But what if your creations are just a reminder of what you cannot have? Suddenly, the forge roared, flames licking at the air with a life of their own. I felt the heat washing over me, and for a moment, I thought of abandoning my work, of stepping into the fire that had become my prison. What would it be like to burn away the pain? To turn my heart into molten gold, to pour it into a mold, to shape my own destiny? Stop! I shouted, the words bursting forth like a dam breaking under pressure. Stop telling me what I can't do. I will forge something worthy. Even if it's just for myself. The tension in the air rippled, thick enough to cut with a knife. Shadows crept closer, the darkness whispering secrets I was afraid to hear. What if my heart was the very thing that kept me from creating? What if every blow of the hammer echoed with my despair, with my futile attempts to be loved? And then, as if summoned by my turmoil, Hephaestus himself emerged from the depths of the forge, his presence looming like a storm cloud ready to unleash chaos. What do you seek, my son? His voice was like gravel, unyielding and rough. Do you create for her? For glory? Or do you forge for the void that resides within you? I felt the weight of his gaze, as piercing as the flames around us, as if he could see the very essence of my being. The struggle was palpable, a dance between creation and destruction, between love and hatred. I was caught in the crosshairs of my own making, my heart a battlefield where dreams lay shattered like glass. I breathed, to fill the silence. To drown out the ghosts of my failures, the whispers of worthlessness that haunt me. Hephaestus nodded, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. Then embrace that silence. Let it guide your hands. Forge not just with metal, but with the very essence of your soul. In that moment, I felt the walls of the forge begin to close in, not as a prison, but as a womb, dark, sacred, and alive. The shadows whispered promises of creation and destruction intertwined, a tapestry woven from the threads of pain and hope. I clenched my fists around the hammer, feeling its weight like a heartbeat against my palm, alive and pulsing with the potential of what could be. And as I raised my hammer once more, I could hear my heart pounding, an anthem of defiance, a battle cry against the void. The flames roared, dancing wildly, and I became one with the forge, immersed in a frenzy of creation fueled by every heartbreak, every betrayal, every ounce of longing. This was the crucible of my existence. I was not merely Hephaestus' son, but a creator shaped by fire, molded by love and loss, a craftsman of my own fate. The shadows whispered still, but this time, their words wove a different tale, a promise of transformation, of beauty born from anguish, a reminder that even in the darkest of forges, light could emerge, brilliant and unyielding. And as the first sparks flew, I knew this was only the beginning. The storm was upon us, and I was ready to embrace the chaos. My heart thundered, and the forge roared back, a symphony of creation and destruction intertwining, echoing into the very fabric of the universe. The hammer rang out, a thunderous heartbeat echoing through the cavernous forge. Sparks flew like angry fireflies, illuminating the faces of two figures, their eyes reflecting both dread and awe. The air was thick with sweat and smoke, a pungent mix that clung to the skin like guilt. I could taste the metallic tang of fear on my tongue as I watched them, their souls caught in the cruel gears of creation and destruction. I remember the moment. I remember the tension that hung heavy, like a storm cloud pregnant with rain. There was Cassia, her fingers trembling as she held the blueprints, lines drawn with hope and desperation, a sketch of the future that felt more like a noose tightening around their throats. And then there was Malak, his brow furrowed, a weary warrior battling demons that whispered doubt, taunting him with visions of failure. He was a craftsman, a sculptor of metal and dreams, and yet, all he could see was the abyss yawning beneath their feet. "Are you sure about this?" Cassia's voice trembled, a fragile thread against the roaring furnace. It was a question that carried the weight of 1,000 broken promises, and the fire crackled in response, mocking their uncertainty. "I have to be," Malak replied, his voice a growl, edged with desperation. He turned toward the forge, where the flames danced like malevolent spirits, eager to consume. "If we don't harness this power, we're lost. We won't survive the next raid." I remember the shadows creeping around them, the echoes of ancient gods whispering through the dark. Hephaestus, the master of the forge, had been a distant myth, a ghost of inspiration. But now, in this moment, his spirit was palpable, flickering in the heat, beckoning them to create. Create or perish. It was an ultimatum scribed in the gritty air, and it hung there like a dagger. Cassia stepped closer, her heart hammering in sync with the rhythm of the forge. "But what if it consumes us?" she asked, the question hanging between them like a specter. "What if we become like those machines? Cold. Heartless." Malak clenched his fist, the blueprints crumpling in his palm. "Do you want to be a victim? Do you want to watch our people die?" The desperation was a live wire, crackling with intensity. He was fighting his own demons, the shadow of uncertainty clawing at his mind. He could feel the weight of their ancestors pressing down, every sacrifice, every toil that had led to this moment. I remember the silence that followed, the breath caught in their throats. The forge roared like a beast, its flames licking higher, hungry and wild. And in that dreadful stillness, a decision was forged, not in the fires of the anvil but in the very marrow of their bones. They would take the leap, surrendering to the seductive call of invention, the allure of technology that promised salvation but whispered of damnation. The hammer struck again. Steel met steel, a resonance that vibrated through the chamber, sending ripples through the fabric of their reality. I felt it in my bones, the promise of creation and the lurking specter of destruction. With every blow, they were not just shaping metal, they were bending fate to their will, crafting new gods and monsters in the form of machines that could either save or enslave. Yet, as the echoes of their labor filled the air, a chilling thought crept into the edges of my mind. In the shadows, where the forged light flickered like a dying star, I saw glimpses of the past, the ghosts of those who had come before, warriors and artisans who had dared to dream, and had paid the ultimate price. Their faces were twisted in anguish, caught in the liminal space between ambition and ruin. "Malak, listen to me," Cassia's voice pierced the haze, urgent and raw. She stepped back, her eyes wide, reflecting the firelight like the flames of a dying world. "What if we're creating something we can't control? Something that, then we control it." He roared, and the force of his conviction sent tremors through me. But even as he spoke, I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a brief crack in the armor of his resolve. "We must. For them. For us." In that moment, I saw the truth, the delicate line they walked between creator and created, between salvation and destruction. The forge became a crucible, not just of metal but of their souls, and I felt their anguish like a pulse in the air, vibrant and alive. They were forging their destiny, each strike a testament to their will, yet beneath it all lingered the dread of the unknown. The clock ticked, each second stretching into eternity. I could feel time folding in on itself, memories colliding with dreams. The shadows grew longer, darker, as if they were alive, reaching for the light. And as they hammered on, the weight of their ambition bore down, a relentless tide threatening to consume them whole. And then it happened, a shattering moment that splintered the air. A spark ignited, a violent flicker that surged beyond their control. I could feel the heat blaze against my skin, the raw energy crackling in the air. The creation pulsed, a heartbeat of technology birthed from the depths of their desperation, its potential unfurling like a dark flower. "Malak!" Cassia screamed, her voice a shriek of warning, but it was too late. The forge roared, the flames spiraling into a tempest, and in that instant, I felt the world tilt, a cataclysm was at hand, a reckoning that would test the very limits of their humanity. As the shadows closed in around them, I realized they were not just fighting for their lives, they were battling the echoes of a future they could not fathom. They were caught in the crucible of creation, spiraling into the abyss, where dreams turned to nightmares and hope to despair. I remember the final strike of the hammer, a sound that resonated deep in my soul, reverberating through time and space. And in that moment, the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of oblivion, as Cassia and Malak stood before the fire, their destinies intertwined, their hearts racing in sync with the heartbeat of the forge. The flames danced wildly, shadows lengthening, and the air hummed with the weight of what was to come, a haunting melody that would echo long after the hammer fell silent. The forge crackled like a wild heart in the dead of night, each spark a scream for freedom. Hephaestus was not just the god of fire, he was the fire raging against confinement. Metal twisted under his hands, but it was not just iron he shaped, it was his own identity, his own rage, his own heart, trying so desperately to escape the chains of expectation. I remember the heat, an oppressive shroud that stung my skin, as I watched him hammer away, each blow resonating through the cavern, a primal rhythm echoing in the silence of oblivion. And there stood Aphrodite, a haunting beauty caught between desire and disdain, grappling with the weight of her own role in this mythic dance. Her laughter, bright and honeyed, had the power to ignite, yet here, in the forge, it flickered dimly. She was a goddess who had loved the monstrous and the beautiful alike, but could love ever be enough when passion and ambivalence clashed like titans? I remember the way her fingers trembled as she traced the contours of a newly wrought piece. Was it a gift for Hephaestus, or was it a mirror, reflecting her own conflicted soul? "Tell me what you want," Hephaestus murmured, his voice a low rumble, mixing with the sound of metal colliding against metal, urgency in his tone. But could she dare to articulate her wants? Wouldn't that shatter the illusion, turn her into a mere echo of expectation? I remember her eyes, swirling storms clouding with unshed tears, the conflict roiling within her. She was like the city of Athens, a tapestry of contradictions, beautiful yet riddled with fear, a sanctuary yet a cage. "Do you feel it?" she asked, voice quaking, as if the very foundations of their world trembled beneath her question. "This weight of what you are supposed to be." The forge became a silent witness to their torment, the air thick with the unsaid, the unnameable. Hephaestus's hand stilled, the hammer suspended in the air, caught between worlds, caught between identities. "I make the tools for heroes, yet I am not one of them," he confessed, a bitter truth spilling forth like molten metal. "I am the outcast, the cripple, while you are adored." There was a tremor in his voice, a rawness that caught in the throat like a shard of glass. I remember the heat of his anger, the fire that burned not just in the forge but in his heart, an inferno of unrecognized worth. "What do you see when you look at me?" he demanded, and that question lingered heavily in the air, thick with sorrow and longing. Aphrodite stepped closer, the space between them charged, electric. "I see a man who creates beauty even from his pain," she whispered, her own voice cracking, revealing the cracks in her own carefully constructed facade. "But can you not see that I am bound by my own chains? Chains of perfection, of expectation." She was the goddess of love and beauty, yet in the shimmering light of the forge, she felt repulsive, trapped within the confines of others' desires. I remember the way she looked away, the way the shadows danced around her like lost spirits, whispering secrets of inadequacy, of longing to break free. And then the forge roared back to life, flames licking at the air, igniting the tension that had woven itself between them into an almost tangible entity. Hephaestus stepped forward, his body a storm of emotions, each pulse a reminder of the wounds he bore. "I am more than just my scars," he shouted, the words crashing against the walls, each syllable a cry against the confines of his identity. "I am not just the twisted metal, the broken god." "Then what are you?" she cried back, fierce and unyielding. "What shall I call you when the myths forget your name?" The forge became their battleground, metal and fire an extension of their conflict, their unasked questions. In the midst of creation, there was destruction, of illusions, of identities. I felt their pain, a visceral thrum that pulsed through me, a reminder that love is not just a whisper but a war cry. "I am Hephaestus," he said, voice trembling with the weight of acceptance, "and I am the maker of my destiny. I will not be defined by others' perceptions." Those words hung suspended in the air, a lullaby for the lost, a beacon for the broken. I remember the moment when all of it swirled together, the metal, the fire, the echoes of their hearts, creating something new, something beautiful in its chaos. Aphrodite stepped back, her gaze a mixture of awe and fear. "But what does that mean for us?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, as if daring the shadows to answer. "Everything," he breathed out, a fragile promise resting on the precipice of the unknown. They stood there, two souls intertwined in the forge of fate, waiting for the universe to reveal itself, their hearts cracked open, raw, and exposed. I felt the pressure building, the moment stretched, like time was holding its breath, waiting for a release. And just as the flames surged, so too did the realization, they were not merely god and goddess, they were expressions of a greater truth, a representation of the multifaceted nature of love, identity, and desire. They were the shadows and the light, the beauty and the beast. I remember the weight of it, the way it clung to my spirit, like a ghost refusing to let go. Their confrontation had not come to an end, it was merely the beginning, the start of a new chapter that was achingly beautiful yet terrifyingly uncertain. The forge echoed the sound of their breaths, a heartbeat in the darkness, a promise of transformation. As the night deepened and the flames danced wildly, I understood, they were not just myth, they were a living testament to the struggle, the courage to be vulnerable, to step beyond the boundaries of gender, of expectation, into a realm where identity was fluid, like the fire that shaped them. And in that moment, I too felt the forge ignite within me, an insatiable desire to break free from my own chains, to embrace the unfolding chaos of existence, to dare to be seen fully, rawly, unapologetically. Because in the heart of the storm, amidst the swirling shadows and flames, there was something profound, something worth fighting for. And all the while, the night wore on, a silent witness to their revolution, to our revolution, forever echoing the cries of the unyielding. A hammer clanged against molten iron, the sound reverberating like a heartbeat in the cavernous forge. The heat enveloped me, wrapping around my skin like a thick, suffocating blanket, and I could hear his labored breaths, feel the desperation in every strike. Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, his body twisted and broken, poured himself into his work, every spark flying like fragments of his shattered soul. I remember the smell of the burning metal, sharp and acrid, cutting through the air like a knife, and the way his face twisted with pain and determination, a constant battle between creation and despair. I stood there, just beyond the clamor, feeling the weight of his isolation. The flames danced hungrily, throwing monstrous shadows against the stone walls, shadows that whispered of his loneliness, of the betrayal that bound him to this place. He was an artist, yes, but also a prisoner, the forge his sanctuary and his cage. I traced the curve of a nearby statue, a representation of his torturous existence. The figure stood tall, yet the sculpted face spoke volumes of heartbreak, a deity made small by the vastness of a world that spurned him. "Why do you work so hard?" I found myself asking, my voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the echo of the forge. He turned, his eyes like molten gold, flickering with a mixture of anguish and resolve. "What else is there?" he replied, his voice low and raw, a jagged edge of sorrow wrapped in strength. "Creation is my only escape. Here, I can shape what the gods rejected." I began to notice the others, figures carved from stone, each one a testament to their own emotional burdens. There stood a statue of Aphrodite, beautiful and ethereal, yet her eyes were downcast, as if mourning the love she could never fully share. And then there was Ars, fierce and wild, caught in a moment of rage that seemed to transcend time itself. These were not mere statues, they were extensions of Hephaestus's very essence, reflections of his heartache and longing. I felt a chill creep down my spine, each figure a ghost haunting the forge, a reminder of what it meant to be both creator and outcast. The forge hummed with an intense energy, a tension that crackled like the flames licking at the iron. I remembered the stories of his birth, the way he had been thrown from Olympus, a god cast aside like refuse. Each blow of his hammer resonated with that ancient pain, echoes of rejection reverberating through the air. "I am the ugly child of the gods," he had once lamented, but in that moment, as he shaped the metal into something extraordinary, I saw beauty in his flaws. The scars on his body told tales, of battles fought and lost, of a heart that bled for what could never be. But the forge was not just a place of creation, it was a battleground. Tension crackled like static electricity, and I could sense the imminent clash, a confrontation brewing in the shadows. I could already see the silhouettes approaching, Prometheus, with the fire of rebellion in his heart, and Athena, wisdom draped around her like a cloak. Their presence ignited something deep within Hephaestus, a flicker of hope battling fiercely against the encroaching despair. "Why do you cling to this?" Athena's voice was smooth yet piercing, cutting through the heat of the forge like a blade. "You could join us, break free from this prison." Her beauty was intoxicating, but there was a steeliness in her words that chilled me. Hephaestus flinched, the hammer hovering above the anvil like a moment suspended in time. "Freedom," he spat, anger igniting within him like a new flame. "What is freedom when it comes with a price? I will not pay for a freedom that mocks my existence." I felt the air shift, thick with unresolved tension. Prometheus stepped forward, a devil-may-care grin splitting his face. "You hold the fire, brother. You are the forge. Why let the gods dictate your worth?" His words dripped with rebellion, a sweet poison that ignited the forge even further. I could feel Hephaestus's pulse quickening, the heat rising around him, and I knew we were on the precipice of an explosion, a moment where the boundaries between creation and destruction blurred frighteningly. "Create something, then," Athena challenged, her gaze unwavering. "Prove your worth." The weight of her words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I watched as Hephaestus's hands trembled, the forge a living entity around him, demanding and fierce. The flames roared, mirroring the tempest brewing within him. He turned back to the anvil, the hammer in his grip now a lifeline, the fiery anvil a dark mirror of his soul. I remember, his voice was a low murmur, almost drowned by the crackle of the flames. I remember the day I first forged a weapon, the first time I felt worthy of my own existence. The forge erupted with a fierce intensity as he struck the metal. Each blow was a catharsis, a release of pain and longing, a defiance against the gods who had cast him aside. The air crackled with energy, the shadows of the past intertwining with the present, an eternal loop of creation and despair. I felt the walls close in, the shadows stretching toward us, whispering secrets of lost dreams and unfulfilled desires. The statue seemed to lean closer, straining to hear every word, every beat of Hephaestus's heart. "I will not let them define me," he growled, the fire within him roaring to life, a phoenix rising from the ashes of his own despair. I held my breath, the moment suspended, like the lingering taste of smoke in the air, thick and intoxicating. He was not just a god of fire, he was a manifestation of every broken dream, every scarred heart that had ever fought for recognition. He was the embodiment of resilience against the relentless tide of rejection, and in this forge, he was raw, vulnerable, and unyielding. The hammer struck again, an echo of his determination resounding through the cavern, and I could feel it in my bones, the tension, the desperation, the hope. In that moment, I knew that this was not merely about art or creation. It was about existence itself, the struggle to carve a place in a world that often felt like a cruel joke. The forge pulsed with life, with stories woven into every bead of sweat that dripped from Hephaestus's brow, stories that would never be silenced as long as there was fire to forge. The cycle would continue, like the eternal rhythm of night and day, each moment a testament to the enduring spirit of those who dared to create amidst the darkness. The hammer clanged against the anvil, echoing through the darkened cavern, a rhythmic heartbeat that pulsed with the very essence of creativity and destruction. Sparks flew like angry fireflies, illuminating the twisted visage of a man bent over his craft. Hephaestus, the god of fire and forge, was lost in his work, and as the metal sang beneath his touch, a sense of urgency filled the air. This was a moment of creation, but it thrummed with the weight of impending chaos. I remember the shadows lurking at the edges of the forge, flickering like the whispers of doubt. They carried tales of a world on the brink, of heroes and villains, of love tainted by jealousy. A thrill ran through my veins as I thought of the lovesick goddess, Aphrodite, whose heart danced between passion and despair. She had betrayed him, but in his solitude, Hephaestus found power. Each strike of his hammer was a testament to the raw emotion coursing through his soul, a catharsis that transformed pain into art. But art can be a double-edged sword, can't it? Across the forge, I could see her, a vision of beauty drenched in the shadows of betrayal, her sapphire eyes glistening with unshed tears. Aphrodite, shrouded in the silk of her betrayal, felt the weight of her choice. She was the embodiment of desire, yet her heart felt heavy, crushed beneath the expectations of gods and mortals alike. I remember how she would glance at Hephaestus, not with scorn but with an aching admiration. She knew the truth nestled in the folds of her heart. There was a warmth in his creations, a flicker of brilliance that drew her in even as she strayed. "Why do you forge alone?" she whispered one day, her voice a haunting melody that sent chills skittering down my spine. "Why do you hide in the shadows?" He paused, the hammer frozen mid-air, the glow of molten metal flickering in his eyes like the dying embers of a fire long extinguished. "Because the shadows are my only companions," he replied, his voice gravelly, a wound festering beneath layers of bravado. "They know my pain, my rejection. They see me for what I am, a creator, yes, but also a monster in the eyes of the world." In that moment, I felt the sheer weight of his sorrow, the intensity of his longing for acceptance. He forged not just metal but dreams, hopes, and nightmares, shaping them into weapons and wonders. The very essence of civilization flowed through his hands, and yet, there was a chasm between his brilliance and the love he so desperately craved. Aphrodite stepped closer, her fingers brushing against the cool surface of the forge. "You are not a monster," she insisted, but her voice trembled, revealing the fragile thread of her own heart. "You are a god of creation. You give life to the lifeless." Yet, in that moment, doubts twisted around her words. The city of Athens outside boomed with life, filled with the laughter of those who would never understand the sacrifices Hephaestus made in the name of his craft. Each creation brought him closer to immortality, but he felt the chains of his fate tightening, binding him to the shadows. The world adored heroes, not the broken, not those who forged their destiny in solitude. I remember the tension of that moment, thick as the smoke that curled from the forge. Desire crackled in the air, tangled with regret and longing. It wrapped around them like a serpent, squeezing, tightening. The city, with its marble columns and bustling marketplaces, was oblivious to the turmoil within the forge. The citizens celebrated the gods, but they did not see the heartache that lay beneath the surface of Olympus. Then, as if summoned by the tempest of emotion swirling between them, the door burst open. A figure cloaked in shadows entered, a reflection of chaos itself, Ars, the god of war, his presence a stark contrast to the delicate tension in the air. He had come to claim Aphrodite, the embodiment of his desire, and the moment hung suspended like the first drop of rain before a storm. "Aphrodite," he thundered, his voice a mixture of arrogance and allure, pulling her gaze away from Hephaestus. "Come. The world needs your beauty. The battlefield awaits, and I would have you at my side." The air crackled with tension, a perfect storm waiting to unleash its fury. I felt the fear and fury rise in Hephaestus, a tempest that threatened to consume everything in its path. "You think you can take her?" he spat, his voice barely a whisper, trembling with the weight of betrayal. "You think you can steal my muse?" But Ars laughed, the sound slicing through the forge like a blade. "Muse? She is a prize, a token of war. You can't hold her here, hidden away in your shadows." They stood poised on the precipice of confrontation, two gods bound by their flaws, and I felt the world around them shift. Aphrodite was caught in the whirlwind of emotions, a bitter tug-of-war between devotion and desire, love and lust. The forge shimmered with the heat of their conflict, the very air thick with suppressed feelings and the inevitability of heartbreak. Hephaestus took a step forward, raw vulnerability etched into every line of his body. "You are drawn to chaos like moths to flame," he said, his voice a low growl. "But I create with purpose. I build worlds from nothing. What do you offer her?" "Destruction." Ars sneered, the shadows of war flickering behind his eyes. "You think you can cage a goddess? Love is not a chain. It is fire, and I will set her free." And in that moment, the forge felt like the entire world, a crucible of emotions where gods fought for a mortal's heart. Each word was a blade, each glance a wound, and I stood there, breathless, ensnared in their struggle. The impact of this moment would ripple through history, shaping the destinies of mortals and gods alike, leaving scars that time could never heal. Time slipped away as the forge pulsed with the weight of their hearts, the world outside oblivious to the divine drama unfolding within. It was a dance of creation and destruction, of hope and despair, and somewhere in the air hung the promise of something monumental, a pivot point that would change the course of Western civilization forever. I remember standing on the edge, heart racing, caught in the tension of a moment that felt infinite. The hammer still lay heavy in Hephaestus's hand, a symbol of strength and pain, a reminder that creation is often birthed from the depths of sorrow. And as their eyes locked, the world around them faded, leaving only the forge, a sanctuary of shattered dreams and eternal hopes, where love and heartbreak fused like molten metal, shaping the very essence of what it means to be human. The forge roared like a trapped beast, flames licking the air with a hunger that gnawed at the edges of reality. I stood there, the heat of the molten metal and the glow of the fire wrapping around me, binding me to the moment. Hephaestus, the master of this fiery domain, sweat glistening like pearls on his brow, hammered away at a piece of iron that resonated with a desperate cry. This was no ordinary creation, it was wrought from pain, from fury, from the very essence of his being. Each swing of the hammer was a heartbeat, a pulse of anguish transforming into artistry. And there, lurking in the shadows, were the other craft deities, Apollo, the golden-haired master of arts, whose radiant light offered inspiration but overshadowed the grim realities of creation. Athena, the fierce goddess of wisdom, wrapped in an ivy cloak that whispered secrets of strategy and battle, yet her heart held the weight of expectations too heavy for even the mightiest of shoulders. They were here, in this crucible of fire and emotion, but their brilliance felt cold compared to Hephaestus's raw, unadulterated passion. I remember the night I was cast away, Hephaestus muttered, his voice like gravel poured into molten metal. The memory spilled from him like the glowing iron pouring into the mold, igniting the room with a deep-seated rage. They thought me weak, deformed. But look at this. He held up the glowing piece, a sword that sang with purpose, glinting with the promise of vengeance against those who had spurned him. I could feel the tension in the air, thick as smoke, wrapping around my throat like a noose. Apollo stepped forward, his features a mask of beauty, yet his eyes flickered with envy. Art must be more than just emotion, Hephaestus. It must inspire. It must elevate. His words dripped with a sweetness that only masked his disdain. He painted with light, yet his strokes would never know the weight of a hammer, the sweat of honest labor. Athena, wise but weary, sighed. Yet, Apollo, what is inspiration if not born from struggle, from hardship? Hephaestus knows the truth of creation. It is forged in fire and suffering. Her words hung in the air, heavy with a truth that echoed through the dark corners of the forge. I looked at them, three beings lit by the flickering firelight, and I felt the weight of their histories, their burdens, their flaws. Hephaestus, the outcast turned artist, raging against those who deemed him unworthy. Apollo, the golden boy forever shadowed by his own brilliance. Athena, the warrior of wisdom, caught in a web of expectations where perfection was a prison. I remember every cruel word Hephaestus hissed, and I felt it, the bitterness rolling off him like steam from the forge. Every time they laughed, every time they turned away. They may have beauty, but I have strength. I create from chaos. I turn agony into art. His hammer struck the anvil, a thunderclap that reverberated through the very core of existence, and I could see the shadows shivering at the force of his pain. The forge became a battleground, each clang of metal a challenge, each spark a moment of clarity. Apollo's light flickered, his confidence wavering as the truth of Hephaestus's words cut deep. Beauty is fleeting, my friend. It is a dance on the edge of a blade. What do you truly know of art, besides the burn of the fire? A lot more than you golden fool. Hephaestus roared, his voice the sound of thunder. Art is born of suffering, of the grueling effort of creation. I breathe life into metal, I birth weapons of war and tools of peace. What do you know of the agony it takes to shape something from nothing? Athena stood between them, a bridge across the chasm of their emotions, and I could feel her heart racing. Both of you are right. But do you not see? You are different sides of the same coin. You, Hephaestus, sculpt the rawness of existence into tangible forms. And you, Apollo, offer the glimmer of hope, the dream of what could be. But the tension was a living thing, spiraling out of control, and I was caught in its web. The weight of their conflict echoed like a drumbeat, every thud a reminder of their insecurities. The shadows danced feverishly, a ballet of despair and ambition. The forge became a universe, time stretching and bending, and I could almost hear the cosmos whispering secrets of creation and destruction. I remember the moment when Hephaestus struck the anvil one last time, the sound shattering the silence like glass. "You call me a monster," he said, voice low, trembling with fury and sorrow. "But look closely, for it is the monsters who create. It is in our flaws that we find our truest forms. You may shine like the sun, Apollo, but you shall never know the taste of ash and fire." The air crackled with tension, and the flames flickered wildly, casting grotesque shadows on the walls as if the very spirits of creation were wrestling within them. I could feel my heart thundering in my chest, the atmosphere thick enough to choke on. The truth lay before them, raw and bleeding, yet still so far from their grasp. As they stood on the precipice of confrontation, everything seemed suspended in time, an exquisite moment of possibility, a breath held tightly. I felt the sharp sting of anticipation, a longing for resolution that would never come. The forge was a womb and a tomb, a place of birth and death, and these gods, with their tangled emotions and flawed ideals, were on the brink of something greater than themselves, a realization, a union of artistry that could transcend fire and flame. With one final, searing strike of the hammer, the night trembled, and the world outside the forge faded into whispers, as if even the stars were leaning in to witness this clash of titans. In that moment, I knew the story wasn't just about the fight, it was about the fire that burned within each of them, a fire that would never be extinguished. The hammer strikes again, the sound like a thunderclap in the stillness. Sparks fly, illuminating the dim workshop, casting frantic shadows that dance like ghosts on the walls. I choke on the heat, my throat raw from the acrid tang of molten metal. Hephaestus stands at the forge, his face a mask of concentration, his brow furrowed with the weight of creation. But beneath the surface, chaos swirls. The air thickens with tension, as if the very universe holds its breath, teetering on the edge of something terrible. I remember the first time I saw the man behind the myth, wrought with pain and fury. A god shaped by fire and scorn, yet hidden beneath layers of soot and iron. A blacksmith of the heart. He was never meant to be alone, yet here he was, the world's greatest craftsman, a master of the forge, and yet, he lacked the one thing he desired most, love. Beside him, the shadows shifted, revealing Aphrodite, goddess of beauty, draped in silk that whispered against her skin. Yet her presence felt like a dagger plunged into Hephaestus' chest, twisting deeper with each moment. She was a ghost of his dreams, a haunting reminder of everything he could never have. "I love you," she would say, words laced with sweet poison. "But love is fickle, isn't it? Like the flames you wield." A shudder of despair rolls through me. I know the ache of unrequited love. I remember the echo of laughter that never belonged to me, the warmth of affection that slipped through my fingers like sand. Hephaestus' soul mirrors my own, heavy with longing, forged in the furnace of rejection. "Don't you see," he growls, his voice low and guttural, smoldering with fury. "I create beauty, yet I am shunned for my scars." Each word is a hammer strike, resonating within me, each syllable a reminder of the scars we all carry, those hidden wounds that no one dares to speak of. And then, the air shifts again. A darkness creeps in, a reminder of the lesson that lurks behind every story, the moral threads woven into this tapestry of pain and creation. I can almost hear the whispers of the cosmos, teasing at the edges of my mind. What is beauty without acceptance? What is love without sacrifice? The workshop becomes my prison, and I am trapped within the heart of Hephaestus' turmoil. I want to scream, to break free from the weight of his despair. I remember my own moments of silence, standing on the precipice of heartbreak, feeling the world fold in on itself. The suffocating reality of wanting someone who doesn't want you back. But Hephaestus, he is a god forged by flame, and the flames do not consume him, they shape him. I watch as he pours his heart into his work, each creation a reflection of his agony, a shield, a sword, a vessel of hope. He builds the world with his hands, yet within him lies an emptiness that threatens to engulf everything he touches. Aphrodite turns away, her beauty a cruel mockery of his pain. "There are others who find joy in your craft," she says, her voice a haunting melody that echoes against the cold walls. "But I am not one of them." With each word, she hurls daggers, sharp, relentless, and unyielding. I can feel the chill of heartbreak settle over the workshop, a shroud of despair that envelops us all. Hephaestus' hands tremble, and I see it, the flicker of fire in his eyes, dimmed by sorrow, but not extinguished. Then let me craft my own destiny, he murmurs, a promise forged in the heart of his anguish. Let my creations breathe life into this void. I can see him rise, a phoenix from the ashes, ignited by the very flames that threaten to consume him. He stands, a titan in a world that has cast him aside, and I am rooted to the spot, breathless, caught in the storm of his rebirth. I remember the weight of history, the echoes of time swirling around us like ghosts, whispering secrets of those who came before. The clock ticks, a relentless reminder that every moment counts, that every heartbeat is a chance to rise above the ashes. And I can't help but feel the connection, the intertwining fates of all three of us. There is joy laced with madness, beauty intertwined with pain. Aphrodite, with her ethereal grace, is a reflection of every unattainable dream, while Hephaestus embodies the relentless pursuit of creation, the insatiable desire to craft something that lasts. But just as quickly, darkness encroaches again, reminding me that the void is always lurking. I see him falter, the weight of his creations pressing down like a mountain. I am not enough, he whispers, a confession steeped in sorrow. I am only as good as what I make. And there it is, the heart of the lesson, the moral buried deep within the tales of Hephaestus. It's a cruel paradox, a truth that cuts deep. We are defined by what we create, yet the world often overlooks the creator. The gods and mortals alike, trapped in a cycle of longing, of desire, of never being enough. Suddenly, the workshop door bursts open, and the world rushes in, a cacophony of noise, light, and laughter. But the party outside feels distant, like an echo of a life I can never touch. I see faces filled with joy and love, yet they are but shadows to me. I yearn to break free, to join them, but the weight of Hephaestus' despair pulls me back, anchoring me to this moment. Does beauty hold meaning when it is unseen? He whispers, his voice breaking like glass. And I know, deep in my heart, that the answer is both yes and no. Yes, because the creations themselves are worthy of existence, but no, because without recognition, they remain mere reflections of an unfulfilled desire. The hammer strikes again, louder this time, a declaration of resilience, a vow to rise from despair. Hephaestus pours his soul into his work, shaping each piece with the fire of his heart. The flames dance wildly, igniting the shadows that threaten to consume him. And then, the moment hangs in the air, a taut string ready to snap. I stand at the precipice, watching as the world blurs, the lines between love and heartbreak, creation and destruction, all intertwined in this relentless dance of existence. Hephaestus' eyes blaze with determination, while Aphrodite watches, both a muse and a tormentor, a reminder of the beauty he may never hold. The tension thickens, wrapping around us like chains, as we teeter on the brink of an emotional climax. With each heartbeat, the echoes of the past whisper, and in that moment, I realize, this is the essence of life, the struggle between creation and destruction, desire and rejection, hope and despair. And as Hephaestus lifts his hammer once more, I am swept away in the storm of emotion, the weight of their stories pressing into my very soul, an unending cycle that refuses to release its grip. The forge blazed with a fire that could melt the very fabric of the stars. Sparks flew like angry fireflies, crackling and hissing as they chose their own chaotic paths. I stood there, breathless, the acrid scent of burning metal filling my lungs, the familiar heat kissing my skin. But it wasn't the heat that made my heart race, it was the shadow lurking just beyond the flames. I could feel it, the weight of destiny pressing down on me, suffocating yet electrifying. Again, I whispered to myself, desperation laced in every syllable. Again, we forge. It was all I had ever known, the relentless rhythm of creation and destruction, a dance of fire and metal that mirrored my own fractured soul. But this time, an eerie silence enveloped us, as if the cosmos held its breath, waiting for a spark that could ignite worlds or doom them to oblivion. Across the anvil, Aisling stood, her hands trembling as they gripped the hammer. Her eyes, once a vivid emerald, now dull with an unshed storm. "Do you think we can change it?" she asked, voice barely above a whisper, as if the very question could shatter the fragile peace we clung to. I snorted, bitter laughter escaping my lips like smoke. Change it? Ashling, the universe doesn't bend for us. It breaks us, molds us into something we never asked to be. I could see the shadows dance in her eyes, the ghosts of dreams we had once shared, haunting us in their absence. And then there was Marcus, lurking at the edge of the forge, a titan of a man wrapped in shadows and regrets. His chest heaved with the weight of unspoken words, 1,000 heartbeats caught in the web of his throat. I felt his gaze, piercing and heavy, like the hammer that had struck the anvil for centuries. We can't keep running from it, Hephaestus. The past will swallow us whole. His voice thundered, a dark storm ready to burst. The air was electric, crackling with our unvoiced fears. I knew he was right. The past was a relentless beast, gnawing at our sanity. Memories flooded back, the moment of betrayal, the whispers of gods who once called me their own, the molten metal that had become my prison and my salvation. The forge was a sanctuary, yes, but also a coffin for dreams that once soared high above the clouds. In the depths of my despair, I remembered the stories, the tales spun in the flickering light of campfires, the legends that existed long before the weight of my failures. Stories told of gods who wielded power and commanded fate. But here we were, mere mortals, trapped in a cycle as old as time, where hope flickered like a dying ember. Ashling's hammer clanged against the anvil, a shocking sound that broke the silence. What if we could create something new? Something that doesn't carry the weight of our failures? Her words hung in the air, fragile and undeniable. A flicker of light ignited in her eyes, and for a moment, I saw a vision of our potential, a creation that could transcend the chaos, a fusion of fire and heart. But doubt gnawed at me. What if it only leads to more destruction? My voice was a low growl, the fear clawing its way up from the depths of my soul. I remembered too well the scars left by my own ambition, the ruins of what I had once dared to dream. You know what they say, Marcus interjected, his voice softer now, a whisper of warmth amidst the chill of uncertainty. The phoenix rises from its ashes. Ashling's laughter broke the tension, a sound like glass shattering. Right. But how many times have we tried to rise, only to fall back into the flames? She turned to me, her gaze fierce, challenging. We can't live in the shadows of our past anymore. The forge pulsed with energy, a living entity that absorbed our fears and dreams. I felt it, an ancient power thrummed beneath my skin, beckoning me. I closed my eyes, letting the memory of my own creation seep through me, the melding of fire and iron, the birth of something that could change it all. But what if it all went wrong? What if the sparks ignited a darkness we could never quell? The weight of uncertainty pressed down like a shroud, and I found myself hesitating. Ashling, always fearless, stepped closer to the flames, her silhouette stark against the glow. If we fail together, she declared, her voice rising above the roar of the fire. But if we succeed, if we create something beautiful, that's worth every risk. The forge rumbled, as if echoing her words, and for the first time, I felt the heat not just as a threat, but as a promise. A promise that, even in the darkness, beauty could be born. And then, time twisted. The past collided with the present, memories flickering like shadows on the walls of the forge. I saw the faces of those who had come before, gods and mortals, champions and failures, each one bound by the same desire to create, to forge their own destinies amidst the chaos. With a sudden rush of clarity, I grasped the hammer from Ashling's hand. Together, I breathed, the word imbued with new life. Let's forge something that defies the gods. Let's create a legacy that cannot be forgotten. The forge ignited in a blaze of color, brilliance exploding like the dawn breaking over a stormy night. The sound of metal meeting metal resounded like a heartbeat, the heartbeat of a world reborn. As we worked, our pasts intertwined, shaping our future with every strike. The shadows that had once haunted us became our allies, and in that moment, we were no longer mere mortals, we were architects of our fate, rebels against the cosmic design that had sought to bind us. The air was thick with anticipation, a haunting melody of what could be, and I knew it was only the beginning. The forge would sing our names, our triumphs, our failures, its flames would immortalize our struggle, a testament to the fires that burn within us all. And so, we forged ahead. No looking back. no surrender. Just the promise of creation echoing in the heart of the cosmos, a relentless rhythm that would haunt us, inspire us, and propel us into the unknown. The world outside may have been dark, but here, in this moment, we were alive, and the fire would blaze on. The clang of metal against metal echoed in the cavernous workshop, a cacophony that reverberated through the stone walls like the wails of a tormented soul. Sparks flew, illuminating the grim face of Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths, the embodiment of creation and destruction. He stood there, drenched in sweat, eyes narrowed with a fierce intensity, as if the universe itself had conspired to push him to the edge. Each strike of his hammer was a visceral prayer to the gods above, each thud a pulse in the heart of Olympus, a rejection of the pain that twisted in his chest like molten iron. "I remember," he muttered, voice thick with a mixture of pride and sorrow, "I remember the first time I forged a blade. It was as if my own heart had taken form, sharp and unyielding." The memories crashed like waves upon the shore of his mind, floods of laughter, of dreams ignited, of the bitterness that followed like a persistent shadow. He had poured his soul into every creation, armor for the brave, weapons for the wrathful, but what was he to them? A mere artisan, shackled by his own imperfect form, shunned for his twisted limbs and uneven gait. In the corner of the workshop, a figure emerged from the obscurity, a young woman, bright-eyed yet weary, clutching a tattered scroll to her chest. Callista. The very air around her crackled with desperation. "Hephaestus," she gasped, her voice a fragile whisper, trembling under the weight of unspoken fear. "You must listen. The city, they're turning against the artisans. They say we are no longer needed, that machines can replace us." Her hand shook, and Hephaestus could see the shadows of doubt creeping into her once bright eyes. "What do they know of our craft?" he growled, striking the anvil with renewed vigor, each swing fueled by rage and longing. "They sit in their marble halls, admiring the fruits of our labor, blind to the soul that breathes life into every creation." His heart thundered, a drum echoing the turmoil around him, a fear not just for himself, but for every soul who poured their life's essence into the art of creation. But Callista was different, she had fire. "I know," she said, stepping forward, her voice firming. "I've seen the beauty in your work. I've felt it too." But now, she faltered, glancing toward the door, as if expecting an army of critics to burst through at any moment. "I fear we are ghosts in their eyes." "Ghosts?" Hephaestus spat, the word tasting bitter on his tongue. "No, we are the heartbeat of this city. Without us, they would be nothing but shadows, mere echoes of their former glory." His hands trembled, not with weakness but with the intensity of his convictions, the longing for recognition, for belonging. The fires of creation roared behind him, but all he could see was the abyss that threatened to swallow them whole. Suddenly, the door crashed open, and a chill swept through the workshop. A man stood there, cloaked in shadows, his features obscured but his intent clear, a harbinger of doom, a messenger from the elite. "Hephaestus," he sneered, the name dripping with venom. "Your time is over. The council has decreed that your days of forging are at an end. Machines will take your place. Your art is obsolete." The word sliced through the air like a dagger, and Hephaestus felt the heat of rage boiling within him, a tempest ready to explode. "Obsolete," he roared, voice reverberating off the stone walls, shaking the very foundations of his existence. "You think metal pulled from the earth can replace the soul of a craftsman? You think cold machinery can breathe life into a creation?" His hammer fell silent, the air thick with tension, the kind that wraps around the heart and squeezes until it aches. Callista stepped forward, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. "What if we show them?" she said, voice steady, though her heart pounded against her ribcage like a wild beast. "What if we unite all the artisans, the sculptors, the weavers, the potters? What if we remind them that craftsmanship is not just a skill but a connection, a bond between our spirits and the materials we mold?" For a fleeting moment, Hephaestus felt a spark, a flicker of hope that ignited in the depths of his heart. The thought of standing together, of being more than mere creators, but warriors of art. He could picture it, a tide of artisans, each one a flicker in the darkness, united against the encroaching shadow of indifference. "We will not stand idly by," he declared, the fire in his belly igniting anew. We will forge not just metal, but a revolution. We will show them the soul of our art. And in that moment, as the spectre of doubt loomed larger than life, Hephaestus felt the universe swirling around him, a chaotic dance of stars, of time, of existence. The weight of his own insecurities began to dissolve, replaced by a fierce determination that burned brighter than the forge itself. He stepped towards Callista, eyes fierce, heart racing, and together, they turned to face the darkness, an army of artisans ready to fight. A promise hung in the air, electric and alive, the beginnings of something monumental, something that would either shatter or reshape their world. The echoes of their hearts synchronized, a rhythm of hope resonating through the workshop, igniting the very essence of creation itself. The clang of metal resumed, a symphony of rebellion and art entwined. And outside, the city remained oblivious, a world teetering on the precipice of change, unaware of the storm gathering within the walls of the workshop. The night was thick with uncertainty, shadows creeping along the cobblestones, as time bent and twisted around them, a prelude to the chaos that was about to unfold. The hammer fell, a thunderous echo reverberating through the cavernous workshop. Sparks danced like the souls of the damned, illuminating the face of a man crouched over his forge. He was Hephaestus, god of fire and metal, and his eyes burned with a fervor that could melt stone. But tonight, it wasn't just the forge that consumed his thoughts, it was the betrayal that hung heavy in the air like a noxious gas. He had poured his heart into creations that were meant to hold the weight of his legacy, yet they felt as cursed as lead. "Why are you still here?" The voice was sharp, cutting through the metallic smell of sweat and soot. His daughter, Daphne, stood at the entrance, a silhouette framed by the flickering light. "You can't change what happened." Her shoulders sagged under a burden he had thrust upon her, the shame of his failures palpable in the silence that stretched between them. "I can't leave it like this," he rasped, each word a dagger aimed at his own heart. "This workshop, these creations, are all I have left. They're my blood, my sweat, your obsession," she exploded, the word hanging in the air like gunpowder, ready to ignite. "You're drowning in it, father. And all I see is you forging chains around yourself, chains of regret, chains of pride." He turned back to the anvil, the steel cooling against his fingers, and it reminded him of a time when creation felt like freedom, not a prison. "You don't understand, Daphne. Each piece I forge carries a piece of me, a legacy waiting to break free. Or a curse waiting to claim you," she shot back, voice trembling, fear and anger battling in her. "You're becoming a ghost in your own life. Look at yourself." The words pierced through him, and he halted, hammer poised mid-air. He saw his own reflection in the polished metal, haggard, wild-eyed, a man consumed by flames he couldn't contain. The workshop, once vibrant with promise, now felt haunted, shadows creeping into every corner. And as the night deepened, a chill stroked his spine. He knew he was not alone. In the recesses of the workshop lurked visions of past failures, each a whisper taunting him, a weapon that had broken in his hands, armor that had failed its bearer, a statue that crumbled at the mere touch of hope. Memories twisted and turned in the dim light, like a waltz of phantoms, all echoing with the lament of what could have been. "Let me help you," Daphne pleaded, stepping closer. The softness in her voice was a soothing balm amidst the chaos. "Let me help you create something new, something that doesn't remind you of your pain." New. The word stung like an unhealed wound. "You think I can simply forget? Forget the weight of failure? Forget the ambition that spiraled into despair? I don't want you to forget. I want you to remember differently. Not as a burden, but as a part of you or like a scar that tells a story." Her eyes shimmered, reflecting the firelight, and for a moment, the heat in the room felt like hope. But in the shadows, another figure loomed, Ars, a spectre of competition and conflict. The air thickened with tension as he stepped into the light, a smile carved into his face like a soldier's mask. "Ah, the mighty craftsman, reduced to a mere artisan," he mocked, his voice dripping with disdain. "How quaint." Daphne recoiled. "What do you want?" To remind him of his place. To show him that while he tinkers with toys, the world outside waits for no one. "It's about power, Hephaestus. You've forgotten that. Power. The word echoed, a ghostly mantra that sent shivers down their spines. Hephaestus tightened his grip on the hammer, the metal grinding against his palm, its weight an anchor in the storm swirling around him. I am not merely a maker of weapons, he gritted through clenched teeth. I forge destiny. Destiny. Ars laughed, the sound a harsh crack against the night. You're forging chains, old man. You've let your fear cage you, like a bird that can't remember the sky. Stop it! Daphne shouted, her voice rising above the tempest of emotions. You're nothing but a parasite, feeding off his insecurities. In that moment, a stillness settled, a precarious peace as the fire flickered, casting long shadows that danced on the walls. The tension hung thick, a suffocating shroud, and Hephaestus stood at the precipice of his own turmoil. Would he succumb to the taunts of Ars, the spectre of his own doubts, or would he rise, reshaping the very fabric of his reality? But in that silence, an epiphany struck him like a bolt of lightning. He wasn't just forging metal, he was creating himself anew, redefining what it meant to be Hephaestus. The steel he crafted could become symbols of hope, even amidst despair. The echo of each strike against the anvil resonated with the heartbeat of change, a rhythm that grew louder, more insistent. I remember, he whispered, the admission both a prayer and a declaration. I remember every failure, every moment of darkness. He turned to Daphne, his voice raw yet steadfast. But I also remember the light, the warmth of creation, the beauty of innovation. I will not let my past chain me down. And with a newfound resolve, Hephaestus lifted the hammer high. The fire flickered wildly, the flames reflecting the fire igniting in his heart. Tonight, we create something that defies the shadows. In that electrifying moment, the workshop transformed. The air crackled with energy, anticipation pulsing through their veins. Ars recoiled, his smirk faltering as he felt the tremor of rising power. This isn't over, he hissed, retreating into the darkness, leaving behind a chilling promise. Daphne stepped forward, a fierce light blooming in her eyes. Together, she urged, and as their eyes locked, they both understood. They were not merely father and daughter, they were architects of a new legacy, the flame of creation ignited between them, daring to face the darkness that lingered just outside the flickering light of the forge. The hammer struck down again, and with every blow, they carved not just metal, but a future that would resonate through the ages, a legacy that would transform pain into art, despair into beauty, and fear into courage. Each strike echoed with promise, the rhythm of their hearts sinking, crafting not just a weapon but a testament to resilience. And as the night deepened, the shadows receded, the warmth of their creation wrapping around them like a cloak, a promise that they would rise, again and again, through the fire and the forge, unyielding in the face of the darkness. A hammer clanged against metal, echoing through the darkened workshop, a heartbeat against the chaos of the outside world. Sparks flew like trapped fireflies in a sealed jar, illuminating the face of Ilara, a sculptor on the brink of madness. Her hands, raw and blooded, trembled as she wielded her tools, each strike a desperate cry for clarity in the clamor of her soul. Shadows danced around her, flickering figures of doubt and despair, whispering that her creations were doomed. I remember the first time I felt the fire, she murmured to herself, eyes glazed over as if peering into a past that felt more like a dream than reality. It was intoxicating. I thought I could sculpt the stars themselves, paint the cosmos with my fingers. But the stars felt distant now, and the weight of her failures loomed closer than ever. Across the workshop, Finn watched, his heart aching with a mixture of admiration and fear. He was a blacksmith, a man forged in the flames of tradition and expectation. He had always been there, a quiet sentinel in the background, but now, as Ilara's frantic energy crackled in the air, it was impossible for him to remain a bystander. Ilara, take a breath, he urged, stepping into the light, but his voice trembled, betraying his own uncertainty. You're losing yourself in this. Her laughter filled the air, a hollow sound, devoid of joy. Losing myself? Finn, I've already lost everything. This is all I have left. She swung her hammer down with such force that it sent a wave of metal shards skittering across the floor, sharp and glinting like fractured dreams. He felt the familiar ache of his own failures clawing at his chest. Finn had always played it safe, an unremarkable life spent crafting horseshoes and tools for a village that never looked at him twice. All he wanted was to be someone, to rise from the ashes of obscurity, and yet here he stood, a spectator to a tempest he could never understand. But what if it all falls apart? He pressed, fear knotting his voice. What if you break? Everything breaks, Finn, she snapped, and for a heartbeat, something flickered in her eyes, a glimmer of the fierce spirit that had drawn him to her in the first place. But maybe that's how we become whole again. Maybe the future of Hephaestus is not about perfection, but about the scars we carry. Her words hung in the air, thick and heavy, as if they were wrapped in a dense fog of unspoken truths. Finn remembered the stories of heroes, those who faced dragons and demons, only to return with stories etched in their skin. But Elara was not a hero, she was a woman grappling with the weight of her own expectations, a creator wrestling with the divine spark that had ignited her passion. The clock ticked ominously, each second stretching into eternity, the sound reverberating like a funeral drum. Outside, the village lay cloaked in twilight, the murmurs of life fading into a chorus of darkness. Elara's hand stilled, the hammer dropping to the ground with a dull thud, her breath ragged. "Do you see them?" she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. "The ghosts of what I've tried to create? They haunt me, Finn. They whisper that I'm a failure." He stepped closer, feeling the warmth radiating from her, a fire, a tempest, but also a fragile girl lost in the labyrinth of her mind. "You're not a failure. You're a creator. You're Hephaestus in a world that has forgotten the beauty of the flame." In that moment, the shadows shifted, and for the first time, Elara seemed to see him, really see him. The weight of her despair flickered like a candle in the wind, and she asked, almost timidly, "But what if I can't find my way back? What if the flames consume me?" A flicker of hope ignited within him, a dangerous spark that threatened to set them both ablaze. "Then we'll burn together. We'll forge something new from the ashes." Each word poured from him like molten metal, hot and raw, filled with a promise that felt just beyond reach. Elara's gaze softened, but fear still lingered in her stormy eyes. "And what if I fail you? What if I fail again? Then we'll pick up the pieces. We'll craft a new story, one where the imperfections shine like constellations in the night sky." Finn stepped back, his heart pounding in rhythm with the ticking clock. Was it madness? Was it hope? They stood on the precipice of something vast and terrifying. The ghosts of their past swirled around them, the specters of their failures whispering doubts, but in that charged moment, his hand reached out, brushing her trembling fingers. "I remember," he said slowly, a warmth spreading between them, "that even the greatest of gods had to rise from the ashes of their own creation. Maybe this is our rebirth." Elara's eyes flickered with something that felt like determination, something fierce and wild. The tension hung thick, a taut string ready to snap, and in that breath, a choice unfurled between them like the wings of a phoenix rising from the ashes. And there, in the heart of the storm, amidst the chaos and the despair, the future of Hephaestus began to take shape, a future not dictated by perfection but by the raw, beautiful vulnerability of creation, by the messy, intertwined destinies of those who dared to step into the flame and embrace the inevitable scars. The night deepened around them, the shadows lengthening, but Elara and Finn stood firm at the edge of their new reality, a promise whispered between them, a flame ignited. Time ticked on, but their moment of reckoning was only just beginning. The weight of their fears, their hopes, and their dreams hung in the balance, ready to tip into the unknown. The clang of metal on metal reverberated through the darkened workshop, each strike a heartbeat, a pulse of urgency that filled the air with electric tension. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, the shadows of my past dancing like phantoms around me. The fiery furnace glowed, casting a hellish light on the soot-blackened walls, illuminating a world where dreams and nightmares melded into one indistinguishable haze. In the center, a figure hammered relentlessly, veins bulging, sweat pouring down a face twisted with a mixture of fury and despair. Hephaestus! No, not the god of forges alone, but a man, my father, my creator, struggling against the very chains that bound him to this wretched place. I remember the stories I was told, tales of Olympus, of gods, and their grand designs. But this was no Olympus, This was the Renaissance, where gods were mere shadows, and men like Hephaestus toiled in obscurity, yearning for something beyond the fire and iron. "Father!" I cried out, my voice barely rising above the clamor. But he couldn't hear me. His eyes were fixed on the glowing metal, as if it held the key to a truth he was desperate to unveil, a truth that clung to him like the soot on his skin. The hammer fell again and again, a metronome of despair. I felt the weight of his struggle, it was my struggle too. The world outside was changing, ideas circulating like whispers on the wind, yet here we remained, trapped in a cycle of creation and destruction. "Why do you labor so?" I asked, the question spilling like an unwelcome confession. He turned, momentarily breaking the trance, eyes burning with a wild intensity that sent shivers down my spine. "Because to create is to live. Each piece I forge is a piece of my soul." His voice surged like the flames, alive and untamed. But we were not alone in this dark sanctuary. A figure loomed in the corner, silhouetted by the flickering light, a woman with a presence that seemed to absorb the very shadows around her. Sophia. The muse, the embodiment of inspiration and conflict. She had once kindled the flames of creativity in Hephaestus, but now her gaze bore the weight of unfulfilled dreams, disappointment draping her like a shroud. "You can't save them all, Hephaestus," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody, sweet and sorrowful. "The world outside is moving on. Your fire can't burn forever." His eyes narrowed, the intensity morphing into a tempest of emotions. "And what would you have me do? Watch as they forget the beauty of craft, the power of creation. I won't let the gods of this age steal my passion." Each word was a defiance, a rebellion against a world that seemed determined to extinguish his light. I watched the two of them, father and muse, fighting their battles in a crucible of iron and ambition, and I felt a pang of recognition. I was caught in their struggle, a bridge between the old ways and the new. My heart ached for both their desires. In the darkness, I could feel the echoes of their past, their laughter and love mingling with the bitterness of unspoken words. "Remember the time we forged that statue together," she said suddenly, a fleeting smile illuminating her face. "You made the eyes glimmer with life, and he interrupted her, anger erupting like a volcano. "That was before the world turned its back on us. Before the Renaissance declared war on the gods. And there it was, the core of our conflict, the rift that had formed like a chasm between them. The Renaissance, with its rebirth of ideals, cradled both innovation and destruction. New ideas surged like a tidal wave, drowning out the echoes of the past. I felt the pulse of history throbbing at my temples, a reminder of how easily greatness could be forgotten. Can you not see?" Sophia's voice trembled, a whisper caught in the winds of change. "We're not fighting against a world, we're fighting against ourselves." Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, glistening jewels in the furnace light. I stepped closer, caught in the gravity of their despair. "We can," no, Hephaestus's voice sliced through the air like a blade. "You don't understand. I must create. I must breathe life into the cold metal, or I will wither away into nothingness." As the hammer fell again and again, I caught a glimpse of the man behind the god, the fragility wrapped in layers of anger and ambition. The burden he carried weighed heavy on his shoulders, and I felt the burden of his dreams pressing down on me too, suffocating yet intoxicating. And then, in a moment that shattered everything, the hammer slipped from his grip, clattering to the ground, echoing through the silence that followed. "What have I done?" he whispered, a raw vulnerability breaking through the armor of his rage. Sophia stepped forward, the distance between them closing with the urgency of a heartbeat. "You've cracked the facade, Hephaestus. You've shown me the man beneath the forge. Let me help you." But even as she reached for him, shadows flickered in the corners of the workshop, remnants of unmade dreams and unspoken fears. They danced like phantoms, taunting us with the reality that the Renaissance was not just a return to the past, but a severing of roots, a chase after ghosts. I could feel the tension thickening like smoke in the air, a tangible reminder that this was not merely a struggle of creation but an existential battle that threatened to engulf us all. Can we still create? My voice trembled with the weight of the question, trembling on the precipice of despair. The silence stretched taut, and for a moment, hope flickered, fragile and uncertain. As Hephaestus looked at us, the fire in his eyes dimmed, revealing a depth of sorrow that echoed through the ages. "All I wanted was to make something real," he murmured, the words brushing against my heart like a haunting refrain. And there, amidst the glowing embers and the shadows, was a choice. A path not just for him, but for all of us standing at the edge of an uncertain future. It was a decision wrapped in fear, but also in the raw, undeniable truth that creation might be born from chaos, and that in the heart of every forge, there lies the potential for rebirth. The clock ticked on, relentless and indifferent, marking the passage of time and the weight of our choices. And I stood there, caught in the liminal space between the past and the future, between despair and hope. The shadows enveloped us, but within that darkness, glimmered the faintest light of possibility, a whisper of a promise that perhaps, just perhaps, we could forge a new path together. The air crackled with an energy so thick it felt like static on the skin, a storm of emotions brewing in the dim cavern. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering like the remnants of a desperate flame, and in that moment, Hephaestus stood at the edge of creation, a nexus of fire and despair. The forge roared, a beast yearning for sacrifice as molten metal writhed in its belly, whispering promises of power and pain. I remember the sound of hammer striking anvil, the rhythmic heartbeat of a world teetering on the brink. The clang echoed like a battle cry, vibrating through my bones, a reminder of the struggle within. Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths, amid the chaos of creation and destruction, found himself ensnared in a labyrinth of moral dilemmas, each choice a dagger poised to pierce the soul. Beside him, Charis, a vision of fierce hope, her spirit unyielding yet frail, epitomized the struggle against the inevitable. She was a light in the darkness, her laughter a melody that danced through the air like a distant memory. But her eyes held shadows, secrets of a heart that had seen too much. "You can't forge a soul, Hephaestus," she whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in the wind. "What you create can't be undone." But he didn't want to hear that. Creation was his blood. He could almost taste the sweet tang of molten bronze on his tongue, could envision the marvels that would rise from the fire. Yet every creation bore a price, and he was learning that prices are not always paid in gold. "Every blade I shape, Charis," he countered, voice thick with desperation, "is a reflection of me. If I don't create, I am nothing." The shadows lengthened, and a chill swept through the cave, wrapping around their hearts like a serpent. In that silence, there was a weight, a tension that crackled and snapped like a breaking branch, an unspoken truth hanging in the air. Hephaestus gripped his hammer tighter, knuckles white, as if it could anchor him in the storm of his own creation. Then there was ours, a storm of a different kind, a figure of raw, unbridled power, striding in with the arrogance of a man who believed himself above the consequences of his desires. "Why bother with ethics?" he scoffed, leaning casually against the stone wall, a wolf amid sheep. "You have the ability to create gods. Why waste it on notions of right and wrong? Imagine the dominion you could wield." I could see it in Hephaestus's eyes, the flicker of temptation, the dark allure of godhood. But it wove a web of confusion, tightening around his heart like a noose. "But what of the lives I touch?" he murmured, almost to himself, a quiet rebellion against the deafening roar of ambition. "What if I shape something that brings ruin?" "Then reshape it," Ars challenged, his voice like gravel, unyielding and cold. Power is not about the ethical consequences. It's about control. It's about your legacy. And there it was, the ghost that haunted the edges of every creation, the haunting question, what is a legacy if built on the ruins of others? I remember the look in Charis's eyes, a storm of fear and longing. "Hephaestus," she pleaded, stepping closer. "You know what happens when power goes unchecked. I've seen what your creations do, the chaos they can unleash. Don't let ambition blind you. Don't let it consume your soul." The forge erupted in a cacophony of sound, a symbol of his inner turmoil, the echoes of hammer strikes drumming out a desperate rhythm that mirrored his heartbeat. Hephaestus felt himself spiraling, caught between the gleam of creation and the shadow of destruction. Every moment stretched like the fabric of time, threads fraying, unraveling beneath the weight of his indecision. I could feel the heat of the forge, the sweat on his brow, the agony of choice, a choice that would either elevate him above the clouds or plunge him into the abyss. Each breath was a struggle, each heartbeat a reminder of what lay at stake. In the distance, the specters of his creations loomed, haunting reminders of the lives he had forged, the worlds he had shattered. "It's not just metal, ours," he said, voice cracking under the strain of his conviction. "It's the essence of being. Every creation I make is a fragment of my soul. I can't just cast it aside." But ours, with his seductive arrogance, was relentless. "Then embrace it. Create a weapon so powerful that even the gods will bow before you. Show them who you truly are." I watched as the forge flickered with firelight, illuminating the depths of Hephaestus' struggle, a man caught in a tempest of desire and morality, creation and destruction, love and ambition. Charis reached for him, her hand trembling, her touch a fragile lifeline. "Please," she whispered, a plea laced with fear. "Don't let him twist you into something unrecognizable." Yet the allure of creation beckoned him like a siren's call, tantalizing and terrifying. And in that moment, suspended between the echoes of the forge and the whispers of the heart, he took a breath, a moment that stretched into eternity. What would he choose? As the forge blazed behind him, illuminating the darkness, Hephaestus stood at the precipice, teetering on the edge of his own moral abyss. The clock ticked, shadows lengthened, and the air shimmered with the weight of choices yet to be made. Every heartbeat echoed louder, drawing him closer to the inevitable confrontation with his own soul. The fire crackled to life, an insatiable hunger that demanded sacrifice, an unquenchable thirst for creation that threatened to consume him whole. And as the flames danced, whispering secrets of power and pain, Hephaestus faced the storm within, caught in the tempest of his own making, as the lines between creator and creation blurred in a deadly embrace. The air crackled with tension, a storm gathering on the horizon, but the storm was not of rain. It was fire, a ferocious beast lurking just beyond the trees, waiting for its chance to consume, to devour. I stood there, heart pounding, as the sky bled crimson. The flames danced hungrily, licking the edges of the forest, mocking the calm that had once cradled these woods. I could almost hear nature's whisper, its pleas drowned out by the roar of destruction, and I felt my throat tighten, the weight of this moment breaking against my chest like a tidal wave. A figure emerged from the shadows, a silhouette against the inferno, steps faltering yet determined. Iris, my sister. Her hair clung to her face, slick with sweat and fear, a wild melee of tangled chaos. "We have to go," she shouted, her voice a jagged edge in the smoky air. Panic flickered in her eyes like a signal fire, and I knew she was right. But something held me back, a stubborn ache, a sense of responsibility that felt heavier than the flames. "I can't leave," I croaked, feeling the heat sear my skin, an echo of the forge where I spent my nights. It was a place of creation, but now it twisted into a chamber of horrors, my own hand stained with soot and guilt. "I have to save it, the workshop, my work, everything." "Everything?" Her voice cracked. "What about us? What about life? This is not just wood and metal. It's us burning too." In that moment, I saw the truth in her words, sharp and cutting as the finest blade I'd ever crafted. My heart twisted, torn between the fire of my passion and the warmth of her concern. I remember the first time I set foot in that workshop, the tools cradled in my hands, the spark of creation igniting my soul. I remembered the dreams, visions of a world reshaped by artistry, yet here I stood, a prisoner of my own ambition. The forest was alive with the sounds of chaos, crackling branches, the anguished cries of animals fleeing the blaze, the oppressive weight of smoke clawing at my throat. This was not just a fire, it was a reckoning. Tendrils of guilt coiled around me, squeezing tighter as I watched the flames consume my past and threaten my future. Nature, once my muse, now lay in ruins, its limbs twisted and charred. Another figure emerged, silhouetted against the inferno, a man, strong yet haunted. Orion, my mentor, my friend. His hands bore the scars of years spent shaping metal, but now they trembled with the weight of a choice I couldn't bear to witness. "You have to let it go, Hephaestus," he called, voice rumbling like distant thunder. "It's just a thing." "Just a thing," I repeated bitterly, the words tasting like ash. "You don't understand. It's my life. My heart. But Orion's eyes, usually so bright, were filled with shadows, the fire reflecting the agony of his own losses. Your heart is not in that workshop. It's here, with us, with this world. If you stay, you'll become like them, lost in the flames. A surge of emotion welled up, fierce and unrelenting, drowning out the roar of the fire. I remember the first time I crafted something meaningful, a simple trinket for Iris, a charm that shimmered in the sunlight, a piece of my heart forged in metal. I remembered how she had laughed, how her eyes sparkled with the kind of joy that made every aching moment worth it. But as the inferno grew, was that joy worth the sacrifice of everything else? Iris grabbed my arm, urgency igniting her grip. Look around. It's not just wood and metal, it's the blood of the earth. You can't fight fire with fire, brother. We have to protect what we can. The words struck me like a hammer to anvil, each one ringing with clarity. I looked again at the flames, at the trees, their silhouettes twisted like tortured souls reaching for salvation. This was not merely my workshop, it was a living ecosystem, a fragile balance between creation and destruction. And here I was, caught in the middle of it all, wrestling with my own demons while the world crumbled away. The air was thick with smoke now, suffocating, each breath a reminder of what was at stake. The fire roared louder, as if it could sense my hesitance, feeding on my fear. The embers sparked like angry fireflies, flickering in defiance of the night, and I felt the hair on my arms stand on end. Together, Orion said, his voice a calm amidst the chaos. We can save what we can. But you have to let go. In that moment, the flames felt like a mirror reflecting my own internal struggle, a tempest I had nurtured for far too long. My obsession was a fire too, consuming, blinding, leaving me with nothing but ashes. I could feel the heat coursing through my veins, the pull of creation battling against the need for preservation. Iris squeezed my hand, her warmth the only comfort in this hellscape. I remember you as a child, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the roar. You wanted to build a world where we could be free, where fire would create, not destroy. And as her words settled into my heart, I felt the walls I had built begin to crack. This wasn't just about the workshop, not about the fire or the metal or the creations that had consumed me. It was about love, about life, about the fire that intertwined all of it, the fire that could either destroy or transform. With a final, shuddering breath, I stepped back from the edge. The flames flickered, the shadows danced, and I felt the pull of something greater, something that didn't just reside within me, but surrounded me, through every leaf, every creature, every breath of wind. I turned to Iris and Orion, their faces illuminated by the inferno's glow, and I finally understood the choice that lay ahead. I was Hephaestus, the god of fire and forge, but I had forgotten that I was also a servant of nature. The flames would not define me, they would transform me. Together, we would face the storm, hand in hand, hearts ablaze with purpose. The fire would rage, but we would not bow to it. And as we turned toward the forest, I could feel it, the pulse of life, the heartbeat of the earth calling us to rise, to reclaim what we thought had been lost. The flames may have started the end, but we would be the spark of a new beginning. The forge roared like a dying beast, flames licking the air in a chaotic dance, igniting shadows that writhed against the stone walls. I stood at the threshold, heart pounding, as the heat enveloped me, suffocating yet intoxicating. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and sweat, a promise of labor and sacrifice. I remember the moment as if it were a fragment of a dream, when the gods of craft took their toll, and I was but a fleeting figure in their grand tapestry of creation. Shut it down, echoed a voice, raw and cracked. Elder, my sister, her face streaked with soot and desperation, clutched her hammer, the weight of it a physical reminder of our family's legacy. Her eyes burned with a fierce determination, yet flickered with something darker, fear. We're losing control. But control was a mirage, slipping through our fingers like molten metal. I remembered the stories, the whispers of the god of forges, his hands guiding artisans through fire and flame. Yet here, in the dim light, all that echoed was the relentless hiss of steam and the pulse of a world on the brink. I felt the weight of history pressing down, every hammer strike, every spark, a testament to our forebears. But it was our turn now, and failure loomed like a spectre, wrapping its cold fingers around my throat. "We need to finish this," I replied, my voice steady despite the chaos swirling around us. My hands trembled, not from fear, but from the raw energy crackling in the air, a strange alchemy of dread and exhilaration. I could almost hear the ghosts of the past whispering in my ear, urging me forward. Elda's gaze pierced through me, searching for the brother she once knew, the one who didn't crumble under the weight of expectation. "I remember the nights by the forge," she said, voice barely above a whisper. "The stories we shared, the dreams of greatness. What happened to us, to our dreams?" They felt like shards of glass, those memories. Each one glinting, beautiful yet cutting. "We grew up," I replied, my heart heavy. "We learned that our dreams came with a price." Suddenly, the furnace roared louder, a beast awakened. The ground trembled beneath us, the walls vibrating with an ancient fury. I glanced at Elda, her resolve faltering. "We need to do this together," I urged, my voice fierce, unwilling to let her fall into despair. As we turned back to the inferno, the flames cast ghostly shadows of our past, two children, unafraid of the world, wielding dreams like swords. But now we stood as the last of our line, the weight of legacy pressing down. I felt the forge calling to us, an intoxicating whisper that twisted into a scream. The god of forges demanded more than just craftsmanship, he demanded our souls. The fire danced, swirling around us in a cacophony of colors, orange, red, and the deepest blue. Each flicker felt like a heartbeat. I remembered our childhood, when fire was a friend, not a master. We played in its glow, oblivious to its hunger. What if this is the end? Elda's voice snapped me back, the fear palpable, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Then let it be," I said, feeling a surge of reckless bravery course through me. "Let us write our own legacy, one forged in fire and tempered by sacrifice." I grabbed a heavy iron rod, the heat radiating through my skin, and stepped forward. Elda followed, her hammer raised, our hearts beating in unison as we faced the swirling tempest. The world narrowed to a single moment, heat, terror, and an unyielding resolve. As we struck, the sound resonated like thunder, echoing through the cavernous forge, drowning out the whispers of doubt. Each strike was a defiance, a rebellion against the looming darkness. The veil between the past and the present began to blur, revealing faces etched with hope and fear, our ancestors watching, waiting, perhaps even judging. I remember the pain, the blistering heat, and the intoxicating thrill of creation. The forge became our battleground, the flames our only witness. In that moment, I heard their voices, a chorus of the lost, echoing through time. They had sacrificed, bled for our lineage, and here we were, on the precipice of our own choices. But then, with a roar that echoed through the ages, the flames surged higher, consuming all doubt. Elda screamed, her hammer flying from her hands, a symbol of our vulnerability. I lunged for her, catching her just as the heat threatened to swallow us whole. "We are not them," I shouted, but doubt gnawed at my insides, the reality of failure looming like an uninvited guest. The forge heartbeat pulsed louder, drowning out my thoughts. With each strike, I felt the god of forges watching, not with malice but with a strange kinship. My heart raced, not just from fear, but from a profound realization. The flame that consumed us was also the flame that could birth something new. The past and future intertwined like a tapestry, threads of despair weaving in and out, creating something beautiful. Elda and I, together, fought against the tide of shadows. Our bodies moved in a rhythm, each hammer strike resonating with the legacy we carried. I could see our dreams taking form, glimmering in the heat, mingling with the ashes of those who came before us. Memories flooded my mind, of laughter shared, tears shed, and the indomitable spirit of creation that coursed through our veins. Together, I gasped, voice hoarse from the heat, from the fear of what lay ahead. "We will forge something that will outlast us." And as the flames roared one last time, the world went quiet. The furnace fell into a heavy silence, the kind that wraps around you like a shroud. In that stillness, I felt it, the weight of legacy pressing down, but now it felt lighter, infused with hope. Elda stood beside me, both of us transformed in the glow of the forge, a fiery promise, a testament to resilience. As the shadows began to recede, I knew this was not an ending, but a moment suspended in time, a promise to rise again. The god of forges had gifted us with a legacy that would endure, one not bound by the shackles of fear, but ignited by the flame of our shared spirit.